Ata maari e tākina te kawa mai tāpiti tākina ki rā, kia rite ko te rite, ke o te arunga, ke o te araro. Ko tā rangi nui e tua nei, ko papa tuanuku e takota nei. Mihi ana ki te mana whenua, ki te maunga tūpuna Taranaki, ko mātou enei o ngā kura tuarua o Aotearoa Whānui, mai ngā motu e rua, mai te hiko o te ika tainoki o tautahi, ki te waka Māui, mihi ana ki a koutou, mihi ana ki te mana whenua, ata maari e te whānau. Tēnā koe.
Kia ora, Charles. Welcome here, day 5, ready for the finals of the 2022 National Scholastic Championships. Pleasure to have you here with us this morning, my bro.
Tēnā koe, brother. Tēnā koe. Some awesome surfing.
Oh, you've been here with us for the whole week, and we've been lucky for the locals to open up the gateway for us. We've got to enjoy the entire coastline this week. We've even been graced with a couple of those beautiful days down there at Stent Road. But our future generation out here today at Back Beach, ready for grand finals.
Grand finals and ripping. The waves are pretty good at the moment. And yes, just a quick mention to Tuhiraho, Stent Road, and the guys opened up the coastline for us. Mihi ana ki a koutou, all the bros out there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, massive thank you to the whenua letting us come in and
sure.
You know, treating us to a little drive down the coast and sharing that beautiful special place with us. I know you're down here with one of the teams. Bit of bias today. How many finalists for your region?
We just had our under 14 boy Cohen. He just missed out, made the finals. I think he came in at third, and we're waiting for actually my favourite surfer, my son Tama Kofata, and he's up in the 18. So we've still got our foot in the door per se.
Nice, bro. Yeah, he's always been ripping the last few years, but I saw that and I was like pretty stoked to see him coming up. So no doubt we'll see you down on the beach a bit later on.
Yeah, tēnā
flying
koe,
the flag and cheering them on. Thank you, brother. So there we see today the Surfing New Zealand event timetable. A full morning of action here at Back Beach here in Taranaki. You see everyone down there, all the regions together here for Grand Finals Day. It's been a big week, 5 days of some amazing surfing from these young surfers. I'd like to welcome, of course, my good mate Hayden Sherman. Welcome to the tent, mate.
Yeah, kia ora, ata maria. Audience is really good to have your company here, and man, what a day in Taranaki we've got in store. We've had a good week of surf, some mixture of conditions, some bigger waves yesterday down the coast, Stent Road, some smaller conditions, Fitzroy earlier, but it's good to see these surfers taking to it.
Indeed, mate, and here we go, semi-final number 1 for the under-18 girls. So Natasha Goldsbury in the red, she is here from Taranaki. Isla Prinz we see from the Hawke's Bay, and Sky Gundry from Whangarei there, so representing Northland. Natasha Goldsbury, mate, she's a phenomenal talent here in Aotearoa. I think she's a huge ambassador for the region, for female surfing here in Aotearoa, for the wahine toa of this sport, and she has now made, I guess, her impact on starting to kind of travel the world, do the ISA World Juniors, and is actually, getting some solid results. And I hope to see, I know as an organisation and as a surf fan, we hope to see her carry on. She's already won the O'Neill Taranaki Grom Comp that was on the weekend preceding this event. So she's definitely in form. I don't think she's ever out of form anymore, but I dare say she's a bit of a favourite for this one. And of course, being the local, that's going to help her out as well.
Now her sister is more at home in bed at the moment, recovering. So she was a favourite to look at the longboard title in particular. So all the best to her. She's recovering from a spine surgery. So yeah, hopefully she's recovering as a bit of a gust of wind comes through. We've got a good offshore this morning coming through here at Back Beach. Swell conditions for those who are wondering what's going on. We've got probably it's about 1 to 2 foot out there, but we're getting some nice sets rolling on through. High tide comes in at around 1 o'clock, so expect with that incoming tide to see some good waves. It's these notorious banks here at Back Beach.
I was talking to one of the guys last night about, I alluded to the fact that I feel like my best surfs ever in the Naki region have pretty much been at 2 spots, and those are Stent Road because of just the classic right-hand point break that is, and that is, I guess, my dream wave. And then actually back beach has been just that. It's almost like the solid backup that always, despite
It's
what
aptly named, the backup beach.
it is. And it's like around the corner, there's a couple of little banks up the way, and it can be 4 foot and pretty junky, and the rest of the coast might be blown out. But for some reason, back beach always manages to deliver a bit of fun, and for these competitors, it's going to give us some opportunity for them to showcase their talent today.
So there's Natasha Goldsberry, the local, and we've had the hooter, so we are underway. We're into the first minute, and is that Sky Gundry from Whangarei?
It is, yeah.
So 3 competitors in this heat. We've got 20-minute heats for the semi-finals, and then we switch things up for the for the finals shortly for 25-minute heats. So plenty of time. The sets are coming through probably, every 4 or 5 minutes. We're seeing a decent set come on through. Nice little peak here with lefts and rights. So
yeah, it's definitely been a consistent swell. I think, as I alluded to, we started off with the O'Neill Taranaki Grom Comp over the weekend. To be fair, that was pretty hard work. Small swell, lots of wind and a wind swell. But the good thing is, over the next few days after that, we started off at Fitzroy Beach for day 1 of the Scholastics. Then we are back down here at Back Beach actually for day 2. But over those 2 days, as that wind kept pushing in, we're lucky enough to get a good ground swell developed. Yeah. And as Charles and I were talking about earlier, we then got the pass, shall we say, to head down the coast and open up the gates to Stent Road. And honestly enjoyed pumping conditions down there for the last couple of days. But just as that swell has eased back and the wind has changed direction, and as we say, quite a brisk offshore this morning, we're back here at Back Beach for finals. So the kids have kind of had to make their way to semi-finals and finals today. They've really had to challenge themselves in all conditions, small, big, offshores, onshores, the kind of the complete package. So I feel like, the cream has risen to the top, and today we get to watch the best juniors here in Aotearoa competing.
Yeah, and it is cool to have that variety, have one of the best point breaks in the country lined up, and then, come back to the beach here today at Back Beach, and it's good to have the swell just sticking around. Looks like it'll be pretty much gone by the end of today, so we should time it perfectly actually for the competition. So for those who are wondering, I live just down the coast in Oakura, and it's really cool to have quality surfing in this part of the world.
You're not going to give me any secret spots down there, mate? A little spot X later on?
There's been a few peaks lately, but it all depends on the sandbanks down that way. But man, it's a surfer's paradise around here. You've got everything from your punchy little beach breaks like Fitzroy and the Groin through to your world-class point breaks. So
I mean, you do. It's Surf Highway 45, right? And there's a reason they've. I think that's actually, I was going to say nicknamed it, but it's actually the official name.
Yeah, it's the official name.
So there's not many highways. Normally it's State Highway 1, State Highway 2, etc. But Taranaki get to boast that they have State Highway 45.
And it makes it cool for a competition as well, because you're coming here in the school holidays knowing that there'll be waves somewhere. There'll always waves somewhere, whether it's Back Beach or a swell magnet like this, or when the stars align and you get Tangaroa delivering some good swell through the Stent Road there. So
you're right. We are very lucky down here that to be here Oni, the Back Beach here for finals day, but it is one of a multitude of spots down here in the Taranaki region. So we see Natasha Goldsberry just starting off with the small wave there, the 3.5 locked in, so that'll be just very much a warm-up wave, kind of a single manoeuvre there. The swell has straightened up today, so a little bit more challenging in that sense. I guess that's where the quality of manoeuvres will count more so than the quantity. Judges are always looking for that as well, but there won't be probably that opportunity to sort of, not like Stent Road, you can rattle off a half a dozen good turns. It's going to be more about the quality of those sort of single manoeuvres, ideally putting a combo together. But as we see the other girls just warming up with a 1.25 there for Isla, and I think it was Sky there with just the 1 point right, a little in and out there. So the girls just figuring out the lineup in these early stages of semi-final number 1.
And when it is small like this, do you think we'll see some guys trying to head to the air?
Well, I don't know. That strong offshore wind is going to make it hard for them, but I hope so. We've seen a couple of attempts throughout some of the heats throughout the week, especially on, I think it was day 2 when we were here at Back Beach and the wind was a bit a bit all over the shot. Swung a couple of times throughout the day. We saw a couple of the Groms. I mean, to be fair, all these younger athletes are definitely capable of it. So hopefully we get to see some go for it and go for broke. I mean, it's finals day, right? You've got to lay it all on the line. So
Totally, yeah, it's cool. We've already seen some cool scenes this morning with the under-14s. And some emotional scenes as well, and so yeah, really cool to see this young group of surfers come through. And of course now it's an Olympic sport we're watching here, so there's so many pathways for these athletes to go on to big things. And as we see a bit of movement out in the water, no surfers taking this one. That one just sort of shuts down on the beach.
Yeah, it's pretty, I mean, it's amazing. It actually amazes me so much that we are now considered an Olympic sport. In the last couple of years, obviously, we managed to get skateboarding and surfing kind of across the line and into that Olympic fold. We now, actually, Billy Stearman, a good mate, obviously based there in Raglan, last night actually been awarded his Olympian pin. I wish I could remember the number, it fails me right now. But yeah, I saw, via the socials last night, Billy was out there. And, like to have a guy we know and we surf with regularly who has become a junior through these events and gone on to world accolades, but now as an Olympian, for him that's phenomenal. I know how much that means to him. Yeah. But I think he also understands what that means to the surfers as a whole of Aotearoa, for sure.
Yeah, and I think it does give that, as surfers, we know how much athletes these guys and girls are out there in the water, but it gives it that credibility right through into the sporting public to know, like, it takes a lot of work to not only get the fitness and the agility to surf well, but to understand how the ocean works, how the moana operates. The rhythms of the moana, be able to navigate the surf. People think it's just the standing up, but it's everything else that comes with it, right? It's not getting caught on the inside when the big sets come through at Stent Road. And all of that stuff. So yeah, it's cool.
It's there. You're right. It's kind of, I guess, we're here right in a competitive scene. We are here to crown champions today. But as surfers as a whole, for us, it's a chance for freedom. It's our hobby. It's our outlet. It's something we do mostly for joy of the activity. But to then, as it has progressed, and it's been a professional sport now since the mid to late 70s. Obviously with the old ASP World Tour days, now the World Surf League. Now obviously there is a pathway for these young surfers to realise, like, hey, if I'm going to put in the hard work and dedication, and to some degree there's that raw talent involved as well, but there is a pathway to make this a profession, a career, and of course the pinnacle of that becoming an Olympian athlete. Mate, if you told me that even 20 years ago, as an older 20-year-old-ish guy getting into surfing, although I'd done it but dabbled in it, but as a learner, and you're like, I really enjoy this, I'm going to make this my main thing, my main hobby, my main sport, purely for fun. But even 20 years ago, that would just been unfathomable that we were going to reach it this quickly.
So we've got two surfers up and riding at the moment on screen. Sky Gundry, she goes down. We've also got the red surfer, Natasha Goldsberry, on the left-hander.
So yeah, the young lady from Northern, here we see on the replay, the Celtics replay, Natasha Goldsberry. Nice combination of manoeuvres there. You can see staying low over the board to get speed and help project the board out of the lip there. So I dare say that's going to score pretty well for her.
Yeah, to squeeze in 3 turning manoeuvres on conditions like today is pretty much as good as you can get before your fins start scraping on the sand. So yeah, good surfing there by Natasha, and she's really opening up a commanding lead there with 10 points on the board and halfway through this first heat in the semi-finals. So of course today it's an individual competition, but ultimately it's a team competition. So talk to us how this team competition, as we see Sky Gundry up.
So yeah, there we saw straight away Natasha's last wave of 6.5, straight into the good category from the judges there. Here we see on the Bailey's replay. And this was Isla Prinz up and riding. Yeah, that one you can see quite how straight, that sort of showcased how straight the swell is there. So unfortunately for Isla, sorry, just another small wave there, but Isla, I think, skylocking in there we go, 3.25 on that one. So that's a better backup score. She'll start to build her house, start to put together a little tally, but right now Natasha Goldsberry with that 6.5, again rewarded well, good surfing. Judges see that and reward that with a good score. Yeah, the regional, so the idea of Scholastics is that basically we get the regions together, so the kids are here to kind of surf their own heats, but as they progress throughout the rounds and the re-qualifying rounds and then back in, of course, into the main rounds now, and now we're right down to the nitty-gritty with semi-finals and finals, they're allocated points for kind of every result they get. Those points are allocated to their team. So obviously for Natasha to represent the Taranaki region, we see Sky's there from Whangarei, but that is actually the Northland team she'll be representing. Isla with the Hawke's Bay is across from the Hawke's Bay region. We've got Bay of Plenty, Canterbury are here, the Otago are here. In fact, pretty much, I mean, all regions. I think we had 12 full regions here from the country. So not only do the kids kind of get to surf, you know, individually, but it's that team sport. Not often is surfing a team sport. Very much an individual pursuit. But this week is all about that team spirit. I mean, yesterday down at Stent Road, the teams all set up in the tents cheering on their surfers. It was phenomenal, especially as the kids were getting close to the end of a heat and needed scores. It was great to see that team support around the surfer, and it's nice that it's not something we get to enjoy too often in surfing. So it's been a great format this week for these junior surfers.
So the standings as of last night, we've got Canterbury in the lead with just over 9,000 points, but very closely followed by Bay of Plenty. Last year or 2020?
I think, yeah. Well, I guess
was it Canterbury took it out last year? Trying to remember. So Canterbury won in 2020.
Unfortunately 21 was cancelled with everything going on around the world, but it was 2020 with Canterbury. So I guess they're the reigning champs, shall we say, back to defend the title. In 2019 was Waikato, but before that Canterbury, and I guess, I mean, it dates right the way back to 1991, but Canterbury have definitely been well up there. Bay of Plenty were on a bit of a tear from like kind of 2012 to about 2015, but the last couple of years they've been right in that sort of top three mix, but and again they're on the hunt to try and bring Canterbury back down.
Here's Natasha ripping on her backhand there, like you say, staying nice and low. Look at that big whack off the lip, but goes down.
Yeah, you see that first turn, she just sort of almost like a mid-face pump, just to keep that high line, generate some momentum and speed, and then once she's got that, more of a bottom turn for that second manoeuvre.
And surfer in white, just that wave running away from her. So 7 minutes remaining in this heat. So standings today, as of this morning, and they will have changed already, but Canterbury have that slight lead over Bay of Plenty, and then sort of rounding out the top five, we've got Auckland, Coromandel and Taranaki. So can the home team sneak a win here? They've only won this competition once, so got to say, as a Taranaki local, I'm backing the home team, hoping the boys and girls can bring it home. But they will have their work cut out for them with 4 left in the competition at the moment.
It comes down to by today it comes down to kind of a numbers game. The more surfers you've got left in it, the more opportunity to gain those points throughout the day. But again, if those 3 or 4 can pull off a win, that obviously gains them a lot more points. Say that if the Canterbury team have earned every single final but are getting thirds and fourths, the numbers could be fairly significant in deciding hers. Normally, to be fair, by this stage there's kind of 1 or 2 teams that are well clear, but this time we've got up to about 5 of the regions are still kind of
mathematical
chance of taking the win today. So I mean, it's kind of cool. I don't think it puts pressure on the young athletes. It just gives them something more to kind of strive for and know that it's kind of, it's like when I guess someone like Billy is overseas, he's doing it for himself, but he also knows in the background he gets to carry his country, his region with him. So by all means, I think it just adds to the mana of the event for the surfers.
I mean, even when you're surfing out there, just a free surf, there is that connection. Like, we're all in this together. We had my brother was surfing out at the Groin a few weeks ago, and we had a really bad accident out there, and all the surf community came in. Everyone was like absolutely cranking surfing. Everyone stopped surfing to come and help this guy, and it's a surf community that looks after each other, and so it really suits this sort of team format.
Yeah, indeed.
Isla Prince up from Hawke's Bay. another one of those right-handers that are just shutting down a little bit. It looks like the lefts are staying open a little bit more than the rights.
It does. I mean, Natasha, she's locked in the 6-5 now. She's improved on that 3.5 backup, already locking in a 5-point ride. So, yeah, I think straight away we can start to see that opportunity is there more so on the lefts. I mean, Natasha, you know, I mean, a great server, backhand, forehand, either way, but she's obviously realised that's the bank for me, and I'll just work what I can on my backhand and make the most of the opportunity given to me.
Sometimes, I don't know about you, but sometimes when it's small, a backhand wave is a little bit more rippable. I don't know what it is, as long as it's, you know, not running away too fast on you. But there is
that's it. You get to kind of push the board up more. I mean, it's almost aesthetically for the judges. You can show them you're doing those big, what effectively can look like a bigger turn.
Yeah.
On the forehand, quite often, if it's smaller, you're kind of more running with the wave, and you're more running, I guess, more of a carving turn, not so much a vert turn.
So here is Natasha. She's in the lead, getting those early turns going. Oh, goes for that big final move, but just coming unstuck with that one.
You can see Natasha, she's not shorter in stature either. She's a taller young lady. So with these smaller conditions, she's doing so well. And that's what I was saying, alluding to with the lower centre of gravity. She's understanding that's just going to help her generate more speed and get going sort of more on the back end here. Obviously, too, with the offshore wind, it's, I guess you want to stay lower and kind of stay almost protected and not get blown off the back of the wave too much. So that was definitely a big issue yesterday down there at Stent. We had a very strong 15, 20 knot kind of cross offshore. So although it was kind of, I guess, the right kind of wind with the amount of breeze coming up the face of the waves, the servers were trying to more carve their turns rather than go straight up. Otherwise, they literally get blown off the back of the wave. Look how beautiful this place is.
Oh, it's a special part of the world. As you can see, the coastline that's heading down towards Stent Road. You can see Oakura in the distance. Just to the left of us is the Taranaki Moanga. And here we go. Two surfers having a look at this one. They'll let that one go through. And getting these beautiful drone shots. Now, one of the other things that we're going to be doing today is introducing not only the audience but also ourselves to some te reo and learning some of the kupu Māori words, particularly around surfing, and really extend our vocabulary. So we're going to be walking into uncharted territory for us, but I'm going to bring you a few little words that we want to start off with that I hope that we'll see today. Maybe with the conditions, we might not see too many of the first ones. So the Māori word for barrel, wharenga. I've never known the Māori word for barrel, and so I hope we get to see some wharenga. Probably the size is a little bit on the small side for that, but who knows with this tide kicking in.
Yeah, unfortunately, in small conditions, we saw a couple of those over the last couple of days, more so in the free surfing, but here we see on a whakamōori replay.
Oh, look at that nice control coming off the lip, making sure she stomps it, rides away, really surfing so controlled as Natasha Gouldesbury. She will know this spot very, very well. This is the place you go to when everywhere else is flat in town.
I think she is really, here's my crack at the Kai Whakiatia. She is the athlete of surfing for me from the region here. Natasha, not only has she got that natural raw talent here we see up and riding again, look how busy she's been in this heat. But as we see some beautiful vision from the drone there, showing, I mean, there you go, look at all the tents, all the teams all lined up on the shoreline supporting on their servers in the water. But yeah, Natasha, I feel for me is like, she is one of those ones that I can see to be a future Olympian for Aotearoa in representing our country on the world stage, because not only is that base of raw talent there for Natasha, she puts in the hard work. She's dedicated to the sport of surfing. She does it purely for the love of surfing, but she is very much dedicated to the sport of surfing. Every single day, every single event I've ever been at with Natasha, she is the first person in the water. Paddles out in the dark, she is the first person to catch the first wave. And it's not like, oh, at this one event or that event. Every single event I've ever been at with Natasha. So for me, that is her, and that's not put on her by a manager or parents or anything. That is purely in her mana and what she wants to bring to the sport. So
Sky Gundry taking that left, just shuts down a little bit for her. We've got 9 seconds remaining in this first of the semi-finals. Isla, can she get to her feet before the buzzer? She's going to have to be very quick. Up she goes, she's on her feet. And that one just rolls away from her, but she'll come in, having surfed a well-deserved semi-final. And what are we taking 2 surfers through? So Sky and Natasha will go through to the final, which will be later this afternoon.
Indeed, indeed.
I want to say about 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it'll be in that sort of back end of this morning's program. So you saw too, both Sky and Isla start to realise that, hey, wait a minute, Natasha's picking up a few scores on these lefts in the last couple of ways for the girls. They obviously moved across onto the bank and tried to pick up those lefts as well. As you see Sky Gundry walking up. You can see the big smile there as she comes out. That's until we've seen here, look, her Northwind teammates coming down to her. Look at that, the pure elation and stoke of, again, that's what we're talking about, not only serving for yourself, but knowing that, look how grateful your team are, that you've put on performance, you've helped the team get through to that next stage of the finals and, you know, picked up some valuable points along the way.
Yeah, so cool to see the teams in support. And look, if it's an individual competition, chances are, you know, your teammates who aren't surfing till later this afternoon might be off surfing somewhere down the coast, getting in some waves, and but here they are supporting their teammates, and really cool to see. So Natasha Gouldsbury, the local hero, she will take out the heat, but her and Sky will move on to the next round. There's Natasha, she looks pretty happy. She knows she's got a bit more mahi to do this afternoon.
Indeed. I just picked up on, you know what, I'm ashamed to say it, but surfboard, I've never known the te reo for surfboard, but it is kaupapa. So, come on, mate, how many kaupapa in your shed?
How many broken kaupapa in my shed is more to the point. Oh man, I'm in need of an update to my quiver at the moment. I've got things aplenty.
You are a region of rocks down here.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. You lose a lot of fins around here and get a lot of dings, but such is life.
You're
not surfing properly until you knock out a fin.
We've seen a few broken boards this week too. I mean, again, the first couple of days at Fitzroy and Back Beach, not such an issue. But as soon as we got to Stent Road, I saw 3 broken boards of the junior surfers in the morning of Stent Road before it even started competition. Yeah. So I mean,
got to bring some backups.
It gives you an idea of there was definitely some size and some energy in the water, but it also meant it was absolutely pumping down there.
So that left was just rolling through really nicely, and we see Liv Hasten from Piha.
Yeah, flying across the screen there. So we are into under 18 girls semi-final number 2, as you can see on the screen there. Anna Brock from Mount Maunganui, so she's here representing the Bay of Plenty. Pia Rogers from Whangamata stepping up for the Coromandel team, and Liv Haysom from Piha, from Tamaki Makoto, representing the Auckland crew. This is a very stacked heat. All 3 of these young ladies have won multiple Grom events. They've been in the running for those junior national titles over the last few years. So all these girls have been serving for a number of years, but are sort of hitting their stride in these last sort of 2 years, coming from the under 16s now into the under 18s. So this for me is this will be a very tight heat, a very well fought heat, shall we say. And I mean, to be fair, that could be a finals. If you'd put Natasha Gouldsbury at the bottom of that, you'd have a straight final at a lot of the Grom comps and nationals we run. So this will be a great battle between these 3 young ladies. I got to admit, I'm probably a bit. This is a hard one for me. Liv Haysom has actually been a part of the Coastline's wetsuit team, which I've been lucky to be involved in the last couple of years. They are sort of here, literally an Aotearoa-based wetsuit brand, and we have had Liv Haysom on the team as a junior surfer, because she's been such a standout. She's such a beautiful human. She's a great ambassador for the sport, and she's a great surfer. So I've kind of got to know her really well in the last couple of years through that wetsuit work, the mahi there. But for me, I now call Papamoa home, the Bay of Plenty, so I have to go with Anna Brock. She's out there representing the Bay of Plenty. Us Papamoa and Mount Crew is kind of like, they're the city surfers.
The city guys.
We're the like back street cuzzies. Yeah. But we're representing Bay of Plenty, I'm all about it.
The problem is, in Papamoa, you always got that hunch in the back of your mind that it's a little bit better at Tay Street. And then a little bit better at the island.
Oh, there is indeed. We are very lucky to have Matakana just a little swim away. So But Pia Rogers, to be fair, I would, if I had to base it on form this week, Pia taking the win over the weekend at O'Neill Taranaki Grom Comp as well, and just the form I've seen of Pia in the last couple of events been running. If it was, if we were putting something on the table, I would actually put my money on Pia. She's been on form, so it's hard to pick a winner out of this one.
Indeed, this is going to be a very intriguing heat. We've got 15 minutes to run, and as you can see, we've got scores on the board already. And this is the last of our semi-finals for the week, and then we move into just finals remaining. So after this, do we move into the longboard? Boys. Sorry, we've got the under-18 boys semi-final heat, so 2 of those to run, and then we move into the longboard finals, women's and men's, and then the finals for the under-16s and under-18s coming up around midday as well. So action-packed stuff. And for those who are watching this online, be sure to hit that share button and send this out to your friends, your whānau, your board riders, club mates, your schoolmates, and let's get viewers on screen for this, because it's going to be some cool action to round off the school holidays, and a lot of entertainment coming here from Taranaki.
Indeed, we're lucky to have the format here with Whakaara Māori. Letting us go out to the wide world web and broadcasting this to everyone who can't be here with us today in the Taranaki region. We are drenched in sunshine, and we also have Tawhiri Matia, the god of the winds. Those brisk offshores, you can see us rugged up in our puffers, although here in the beautiful sunshine right at the beach's edge. It is a bit brisk in the wind here, so settle down at home, get comfy on the couch, pretend you're at work, put the laptop, just make sure the boss doesn't see it, and tune in and settle in with us till about 2 o'clock. Go fill up the coffee mug and maybe put a sandwich on the table. You don't need to go anywhere for the next 3 hours.
Love it. Yeah, one of the things with Taranaki, with that cool offshore breeze, is whenever it's cranking, it's always a little bit chilly because you've got that sou'easter coming off the mountain, and one of the words that I've picked up for today is the words for offshore and onshore, which totally makes sense when you break it down. So ho, which I believe means wind. You just join it with ho moana, so moana being the ocean, and so that's an onshore, and then offshore is ho whenua, so really easy to understand.
Off the water or off the land?
Yeah, off the land. So tuck that one away, and when you don't want everyone to know that it's offshore, just drop it's ho whenua, gotta head to the moana.
Indeed. Mate, here we see, so Anna Brock just holding down the lead. Again, look, already such a close heat. Anna in the lead at the moment with that 6-point total. Pia with the 5.6 total, and Liv right there with the 5.65 total. So less than a point and a half separating all 3 of these surfers.
So close, and those sets are rolling in semi-regular, and we're seeing some of the better scores coming from not like the massive sets, some of those medium waves, kind of like this one, just reeling through nicely. As we see Liv just exiting out the back of that one. Anna Brock just keeping an eye on proceedings, keeping herself in position. And these 3 girls will have seen the heat before, with Natasha Goldsberry really dominating these lefts, as Anna Brock is having a look at this. But this is Pia Rogers going right, stands up, hits that lip one time, and that'll be it for the right-hander.
You could hear the cheers on the beach from her team as well down there supporting her. Here we see on the Caltex replay. Just, throws the entire board at the lip there. Then sort of, you can see pushing the weight forward over the front of the board there to carry her out through. That's a big thing for the surfers as well, trying to make sure that you really carry out in front of the whitewater, making a statement for the judges to let them know that they have completed the manoeuvre, ridden out with some control. So a 3-point ride for that single manoeuvre. We saw sort of earlier on was like the 3 to 3.5 kind of range, give or take. Obviously, I guess in theory, when it becomes a single manoeuvre kind of a day, quite often you can get right up into that 6 range if we see the ears and the likes. But for Pia, that was enough. She's in first.
Here goes Liv having a little look at this left-hander. She stands up into her first turn, and you can see they're just a little bit more open with those left-handers. That one just shutting down as it comes into the beach, the one.
She carried a lot of speed through that first turn and came straight into the second one. It was great to see. Can we see the little replay of it? Yeah, straight away, look, that nice little sort of mid-face pump to carry the board through nose. And just unfortunately, almost actually like not watching. So she threw the board up, but she was already looking down towards the front of the water in front of her to bring the board back, but just sort of tipped herself over by doing so. Liv Haysom, she'll have, there'll be a fair crew. Well, kind of, she's pretty, I mean, she spends a lot of, well, she's from PR, lives, sort of surfs out that way a lot, but spends a lot of time in Raglan as well, so I know there'll be a lot of fans tuned in, a lot of friends and whānau here supporting her online. So a big shout out to all the Liv Haysom fans. I'm one of them. But the PR crew will be definitely parked up down there at the surf club, or probably at Pete's at the PR store. I reckon there'll be a few crews sitting there with a coffee in hand. Pete will have, I reckon, in fact, I'm pretty sure he'll have the TV going and they'll be parked up watching.
Yeah, I reckon PR would have been cranking all morning long, and they would have come in, got their coffees, and yeah, like you say, sitting down watching this action here from Taranaki. Good waves all across the west coast today. It's love when it turns easterly, which is kind of good news for the northeast coast as well. It often brings that swell in. So
we'll take whatever we can get up there, that's for sure. Here we see, so Liv Haysom actually now with that one. The nice first term rewarded. So a 4 and a 3.8 currently in the lead. We can see just like less than half a point behind her. Pierre Rogers with a 4.5 and the 3. Now Anna Brock, she's only got the single wave there, but is the highest of the heat so far, the 6-point ride. So all she's looking for is that small backup score, and she's still got a good sort of nearly 10 minutes, 9.5 minutes remaining to go.
Now, for those wondering, we are running a priority system here as well. So with Liv Haysom having a little look at that wave, I imagine she will have given up that priority that she may have had. So what that means is that if you've been sitting out the back the longest, you get the first dibs on the next rideable wave that comes through. And what is how do you give up that priority? What's the
yeah, there's a
ruling?
few rules around it, obviously, but the main reason priority has sort of been brought into the sport of surfing is to help get away from the olden days of everyone paddling over each other and the hassle and literally pulling leg ropes and those very old school kind of archaic ways of battling it out there. So now it just kind of tidies it up, makes it a lot fairer, and basically means we're concentrating more on the surfers and the surfing rather than worrying about tactically who's going to out-paddle someone and that sort of thing. Rules around it are, a lot of the surfers initially it was kind of like, hey, but I didn't stand up, I didn't catch that wave, why have I lost my priority? But as soon as there's an intent is the key word, as soon as there's an intent to go for a wave, that is your use of your priority. So you can kind of, there's a fine line, but you can kind of paddle near a wave, semi towards it, and look at it as such. You might get away without losing your priority. As soon as you get a proper good couple of paddles like that, like Pia did, you have shown intent to catch the wave, and you will then move your priority. You don't lose it as such, but you then go, say, from first priority back into, in this case with 3 girls, you'd fall back into third priority. That then meaning if another set comes in, the servers then in second, or in first and second priority. So it just kind of helps make it like, me and you are sitting out the back, we see a set coming, if you've got first priority, I already know you've got first dibs on it. I'll watch you if you don't think it's good for what you want. If it's a left and you don't want a left, by all means I can then swing on it. But if you want it, I have to give you right of way. So it's kind of, it just helps create less hassle in the water, and actually just means it's like a chance for people to take their turn really and showcase the surfing and let their surfing do the talking, and we carry on a competitive.
It's kind of what we do when you're surfing with your mates in the water. It's like, oh, your wave, bro, and and then you catch the wave, and then it's your mate's turn, and it's the natural order of things out in the water. If we see Anna Brock,
that was an amazing wave from Anna Brock. So she sat there, she locked in the 6 right at the start of the heat. We've had 10 good minutes. She hasn't really caught a wave, and now, but she's been waiting. And on this one here, we see the New Zealand carbon farming replay. Beautiful shot from Jones straight away into that first section. Big bottom turn and just wraps that board. You can see the speed in that second turn.
Love that backhand technique from Anna Brock from Mount Maunganui.
Well,
really teaching those left-handers a good lesson, sending spray into the sky.
Oh, look at the score drop straight away. No doubt in the judge's mind. Excellent surfing. She already had the good wave. Good is that sort of 6 to 8 point range.
Yep.
That's the kind of scoring range for good surfing. That one straight into the 8.0, an excellent score for an excellent wave. So obviously if you're tuned in, you've never watched live surfing, there is a criteria that we put to it, the judges. We have some of Aotearoa's finest judges, and there with Nudge Piper, our head judge, actually from up in the Northland region, but he sort of sits behind the panel. The judges put their individual scores in, those are tallied up with a 4-man panel. The high and the low drop, the other two are added together, then split in half, and that way we have the average score that goes out to the surfers. It's kind of the most fair way to create a score. Those judges are based on sort of a 0 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 6, 6 to 8, and 8 to 10. So 8 to 10 being that excellent range, the 6 to 8 being the good range, the 4 to 6 being more the average waves, 2 to 4 kind of poor.
That's more my range.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy to lock in a couple of 2.5s and call it a day.
Yeah.
There's a reason why we're talking and not surfing, mate.
So true. So, and yeah, let's put some te reo around that as well. So, what, 6 to 8, kapai?
Yeah.
8 to 10, me haro.
Yeah. So, kapai, I mean, that's the I think that's the best way for it. It's pretty much the best of it, right?
Yeah.
That's the best. So there we see right now Anna Brock with the best. Look at that, 14-point heat total. So, only 2 waves ridden, but 1 in the good and 1 in the excellent category. So, tell you what, she is going to be elated with that right now. Now it's a matter of settling the nerves. Now with that 5 minutes to go, it falls back on what we were talking about with priority. With that, her taking that last wave, although she sits on the top of the leaderboard right now, she'll be in third priority. She'll have third chance at a set. So now it kind of power plays back into the hands of Liv and Pia, who hold those first and second priorities. So if a set comes in, they have first dibs at it. So they still have a chance. They're not kind of sitting out there going, oh, that's it, we're out. They have first dibs on a good set wave. Pressure falls on them, of course, to perform on those waves. But now the hard thing is for Anna to sit there and just basically count down the clock. Or, ideally, if she moves away from them and tries to go out under priority, she's still able to...
the waves down the beach.
Indeed, she's still allowed to catch waves. She's just not allowed to hinder those other surfers with priority above hers. But it's a chance for her to maybe move away from them, or tactically sit closer to them and make them feel the pressure. Put the pressure back on them now, because although they have the priority, they're going to have to deliver, a decent score. Or, of course, now, Liv and Pia might just go, you know what, Anna's got it, let's let her have it. I'm now going to concentrate, because it's semi-final, it's not the final. And if it's the final, you're going for that number 1 spot. That's it. That's all that matters. In semi-finals, you're like, I just have to get second. Now I have to focus on that. I've paddled out to win. I'm not doing that, but now I have to focus on what I need to make sure I get that second position.
Yeah, you look at Pia, she's sitting on a 3.0, so she only needs to get a score around that 4 mark, and she's into that final. So it's very close with 3 minutes remaining on the clock, and they are waiting for the moana to come to life, some swell lines to come on through from the Tasman Sea.
I mean, you see plenty of swell there on our screen pouring in here at Back Beach. But yeah, Pia now, you saw her just at the start of that shot, hands up, sort of crossing over. That's basically asking for a time call from the beach announcer. So she's just getting in her head, how long have I got? What opportunity can I give myself for the next few minutes to make sure I get through the seat? Like I alluded to earlier on form, she would have been your pick to take the win for this. Here we go, up and riding.
So Pia Rogers sitting in third place at the moment, just going over the falls with that one.
Now I imagine she had second priority based on the order of events that sort of went through. So if that's the case, she's now basically given up that priority for that wave. So that's going to be a tough one, because you're like, look, I gave up my priority for what will be effectively a 1 point ride, a nothing. It's not going to enter scoring. So now she's now down to the 2 minutes to go. She now sits in that third priority. So now it is going to be an option of like, yeah, look, get busy, keep moving, and just find what I can under priority.
Yeah, good option there from Pia to stay active, stay busy, as you say. And she only needs a 4, and then she'll move into the final. And we've seen scores go well up into that sort of average medium score range from just one turn, so it's definitely doable. Here we go, Liv Haysom from Piha. Oh, that one just running away from her as well. It's really tricky to get the right wave that will peel off the sandbar here at Back Beach.
And you could see there in the background, initially Anna Brock started to look for the same wave. I thought maybe she was going for the right-hander, but I think she was just a bit deeper on the point, on the peak, sorry, and was going to go. But then once she realised Liv was paddling and had the higher priority, she just left it to her. Here we go, Anna Brock up and riding. Oh, she's picking the waves that are standing up that bit longer and giving her the scoring potential and
Out the
opportunity.
back, Pia Rogers having a look at this one in yellow. This is a good set wave down the line. Getting that bottom turn. Can she fit in a turn? No, it just runs away from her again. Tricky on your backhand to get that speed. But we've got 56 seconds remaining. Anna Brock's called it a day. She knows that she's got her spot sewn up. She's got everyone else comboed, isn't she? So she's
I mean,
clear.
that's a great, I mean, it's a phenomenal result. Only the semi-finals, but the confidence you'll take from that into your final. You have a semi-final like that, you've got no more nerves coming into your final. You're like, I know I can do this, I've done it.
Yeah.
I just need to go one step further for the final.
3, 2, 1.
And there we go. So that is the end. The hooter runs out, so our clock there just running a little bit behind. So that is the end of the heat. And she will move through to the next round.
So we see Anna Brock, yeah, making her way up the beach there. Out there representing the Bay of Plenty. She'll be pretty happy with that result, and so will her teammates. A great display of Ringa Whakamuru, the backhand attack. I mean, the sportsmanship in this, I mean, this is the other thing I love about our sport. I know you see it at, you know, I guess you watch the All Blacks now, and there's a little handshake at the end of the game or what have you, but for me, this is one of the best things about serving. Again, although it's an individual pursuit, there's literally the, you know, a quick hug at the beach, out in the water, or a little bro down handshake at the water's edge. There's a couple of high fives with the teammates. There's definitely that team camaraderie around this event, more so here for the National Scholastic Surfing Championships.
It's so true. I mean, when you're surfing with a mate, you're not bummed when you see them get a barrel or a wave of your life. You're almost just as stoked for them as you are for yourself. So it's, yeah, there we go. There's the recap. So Liv and Anna will move through. So close there for second and third. Pia will finish up her week here in Taranaki. And here's a little replay.
Ooh, and down.
Our surfer in red. Oh, that was live, sorry. So that's I think that's the second wave in the heat. So we're into semi-final number 1.
So it's the under-18 boys semi-final number 1. I think that was Kalani Louis on our screen right there. It was Kalani Louis from here in Taranaki.
Yeah.
So Jake Owen, as you see in the white from Dunedin, representing Otago. Tana Clapham from Raglan there, part of the Waikato team, and Joe Goodjohn from the Bay of Plenty. It was Joe actually that came in with that snapboard first thing the other morning at Stent Road. He came up just like, how good is this? He ran up and I was like, oh, that'll be, they were just, it was 7:30 in the morning, first kind of couple of waves, and I was like, they were rattling nerves. He just ran up. He's like, it's pumping out there. Dropped the board, grabbed his back up, and just tore off again. It was no fear, no worry. Like, I mean, you're going to be gutted you broke a board, and it was your go-to board for the comp. But he was just elated with how pumping it was. Dropped the board, grabbed it back up, straight back out the back. All he wanted to do was make sure he got 20 more minutes of surfing in before the contest started.
Love that.
It's been cool. Now, this is the cool thing about Scholastics as well. There's, like, to be fair, Kalani, Tana and Jake, I've seen these kids before in some of the events and what have you. Joe, I've not seen Joe in a surf event before. He's been down now for the Grom Comp and here he is already in the semi-finals. He lives only in the Mount, effectively, up the road from me, but I've not actually seen much of the kids surfing. But today he is already here at the semi-finals to showcase what he can do. Kalani
Louis really teaching that left-hander here at Back Beach a lesson with those good hacks off the lip. Looking good. That's his maybe second or third wave so far. And Joe Goodjohn. So all our surfers getting waves on the board. He's already on 6.25. One of the smaller ones, but he's doing good work getting right through to the inside. A
nice little right-hander there for Joe. So we haven't seen much of the right so far this morning. A lot of the girls opting for like that left-hander. Sort of obviously, again, watch Natasha in that first heat and Anna in the second one. But Joe managed to find a running little right-hander. Look, you can literally, talking to a couple of mates out there having a little free serve. He's like, yeah, that felt good. I'll take that. So you can see there right across the shoreline here at Back Beach.
Tana Clapham used to riding the left-handers, being from Raglan, and surfing that one really well. Now look at this from Kalani. Two really solid forehand whacks.
Yeah, the explosiveness in those turns. You could sort of see the difference right there, right? The elevation, a bit more spray around the board, a bit more energy around the turn there from Kalani. And then we saw Joe, nice first turn. Yeah, a bit of downtime in the middle there, so they just had to stick with the wave, wait for it to kind of push back in on the sand and step up a bit more. And did well there to finish the wave well.
So plenty of surfing, and we're only 4 minutes into this heat. This is amazing. So waves are plenty for this first of our under-18 semi-final. Two of these surfers will go through to the final later this afternoon, and we see Jake Owen going right. Good first whack off the lip, getting a little aerial, chucking those fins out the back. Nice little claim. Love the feel of that. Getting loose on the right-hander on his forehand.
Here we see on the Apollo replay. Oh yeah, right over the back of the wave. That's great vision to see. And then pushed it forward. He's pretty happy with it, I think.
And Tana Clapham up and surfing, going left on his forehand. A couple of good whacks. Just hangs on to that last turn. So these guys doing well to stay busy, not being afraid to get some of the smaller waves, which I guess is what you got to do with a four-man heat. You got to make the most of everything that comes your way. So for those who are wondering what we're in store for, it's pretty much going to be offshore all day. I think the forecast was for maybe a little sea breeze coming in, but I can't see it happening with the strength of the hau whenua we've got at the moment, the offshore. But yeah, the high tide is around 1 o'clock, so perfect conditions for that incoming tide now. We'll see what it gets like on full high tide.
Well, there you go. The judges liked Jake Owen's wave as well. He was pretty happy with it, but a 6.9 locks in for Jake on that second wave. And here we see Kalani Lui up and riding. Look, an 8-point ride-in. So that second wave of Kalani's, those two beautiful turns. Rewarded with, so the single highest wave so far, but of course he's trying to get rid of that 1.5 backup.
Jake Owen from Dunedin.
You'll notice Jake's new haircut as well. The fun part about the Scholastics is there's a bit of tradition involved. The Otago team, the Canterbury, actually for Canterbury I know it's a very big tradition that the team get new haircuts for the week. They're given to them by the other team members. Of course, they're not normally, they're kind of deliberately done quite badly. We've had some inverted mohawks and some very random looking hairdos throughout the week. But Jake, I guess for finals day went, nah, we're down to business and shaved it all off. So
so good.
It's probably nice here in the Naki. The water's actually very warm, very tepid to be fair, but I bet when he goes home he'll be back into a neoprene hood for the old Dunedin coastline.
Oh man, you need it all year round down there. So he's making the most of some vitamin D on the noggin today. But here he goes, going right, and that one will shut down for Jake. And staying nice and busy, that's what we like to see. Plenty of surfing, and the crowd is loving watching this on the shore. They're enjoying the sunshine.
So for the semi-finals, there's a maximum. So I mean, again, it is a sport now. There's a structure to the sport of surfing. For the semi-finals, it's a 20-minute heat. The surfers can catch a maximum of 12 waves. It's their best two scores that they get to keep. So there's no harm in catching, if you can, catch all 12.
Yeah.
You don't want 12 ones. They don't get added up. You don't get a grand total. It's your best two. So for Kalani, we saw he's got the 8-point ride locked in, but he's now looking for that backup. So he's got an excellent score, a high score locked in. It's going to be the battle of the backups as such once you start getting down to that back end. If you can put, as we saw with Anna, an excellent and a good wave together, that's going to be a pretty solid result and hopefully get you in that 1 and 2 position. But the servers in the semi-finals can catch a maximum of 12 waves. When we move into finals, they'll have 25 minutes, so an extra bit of time. But what happens then with the wave count is unlimited.
Right.
So it used to be 15, which has actually now been updated. We follow the ISA sort of rule book here in Aotearoa, which is an International Surfing Association, a big sort of, basically they are the Olympics of surfing. They're the platform that have now created a pathway to the Olympics. So with that, for the surfers to know that, it's kind of like, hey, if I take off on a wave and it doesn't pan out, it doesn't matter. I'm not like, damn, I keep that 1 point ride. They know they've got more opportunity. So I think that's why too you've seen the boys, especially they've been watching the girls' heats, and they've gone, look, there's those less, but obviously, you know, the likes of Joe have gone, look, I can pull a 6.25 off that right-hander if I get the right one. Here we see live action.
Yeah, going left again, and nice little set-up turns early on. Good finishing turn there, making the most of that open face there, which is not a rare commodity today, but you've certainly got to have good wave selection out there and make sure you're not going to catch one of those ones that's just shutting down. But that one's staying nice and open.
You will see on the pure athletic replay, Jake. Oh, he's trying to set the fins free. Maybe Jake, and he can do a few years, so maybe he's going to just warm up, see if he can find a little section to do a punt. But that was Tana, a nice wave. Like that first turn was just a nice carving turn, but you could see on that second move a bit of a statement. He pushed the back foot down and kind of made that statement to the judges to like, hey, I'm surfing good. I want some scores out here.
Cool.
So we'll see. It looks like he does drop in the 7.1. So Tana, young man in green, he's a tall lad. So, but as you can see, he is light on his feet and very, very contestable for all these young guys out there for semi-final number 1.
So all these surfers getting up at least into the kapai range, or if not the miharo range, the excellent range. So they're all 6 or above, which really sets up a good competition for the final 10 minutes of this first heat. Remember, only 2 go through, and it is very close. We're only 1.5 points separating first to fourth. So all of these boys in it.
Indeed, we will, I mean, Matiwa, right? Time will tell who will come through with that.
Yeah.
It's going to really come down to that solid backup, whether you can improve on your first sort of good to excellent score, like we see right here from Joe Goodjohn. Does he finish it? Oh, he's feeling it, and you can hear, I don't know if the viewers at home can hear it, but in the background, the beach just went absolutely nuts.
Every one of those hits got louder. His little fan base on the beach was loving those backhand hits from Joe Goodjohn.
That was almost like a screaming crowd in an arena for a big band show almost in the background just then. Here we see, though, Tana up and riding again. Oh, nice, beautiful
layback hack to finish off that wave, putting his hand in the face.
A little swing of the wrist and a little click for the judges, like little claim, like, hey, I'm going good, man. Don't forget me over here in the green.
Felt good. So all of these surfers feeding off each other, and look at these backhand turns. Each one of these got stronger and stronger. This final move here, getting the board close to vertical.
And then Tana up on the forehand. That first initial one, just a nice little one to generate some speed, and you saw he just made a point of pumping it, and then more like a rail drive, setting the fins a bit looser into that lip line as the lip came back at him. I know those, when you do those turns, they feel so nice, more so than a general Rio. It's more committed, and you're kind of literally trying to project the board across the lip line and bring it down, and kind of what it does actually helps you generate speed out in front of the wave and brings you out on it. So it's rather than trying to like stomp the landing as such of the turn, it just generates, and they whip you out with speed. They feel nice to do, and they are generally pretty well rewarded from the judges. Oh, look at the scores dropping. Oh, Joe Goodjohn, surfer in blue.
Wow.
A 9.75.
Is that the highest score we've seen all week long?
That is the highest score I've seen all week long. Even including the Grom Comp. I think we had a 9.25 actually from memory on the weekend. We've had a few excellent scores, the 8s, the 8.25s, and the 8.5s about the highest we've seen a week. So surfing is scored out of a potential 10 points. So 0 to 10, that's the entire scale. If you break it down by the 0.1 increments, because that's basically how the judges will work a system once we really get a lot of waves exchanged like this, I mean, you've got 100 opportunities to score points as such. 9.75. I mean, there's only really, I mean, I guess there's a couple of little points in between, but there's only one way to go from there, and that's the perfect 10. So I feel like for Joe, I feel like the judges were almost there. Unfortunately for him, and it wasn't the surfing, it was probably the way the wave broke. That last third turn, it was more he had to shorten it up to fit it into the wave.
Right.
So there wasn't probably quite that projection for me. Before I was given a microphone to blab on for a little bit, I've spent many years in many boxes and many tents around the world and around Aotearoa. And from a judging point of view, I can see that was their thought. Like, That's nearly as good as it gets, but probably that third turn was just a bit short, but he had to. He did well to just fit it into the wave. Although right there, we talked about Tana, right? We talked about that projection off the lip on that last turn, 8.2, straight into the excellent range. Only the 2 manoeuvres on that one, but the variety of the manoeuvres. So for Joe's, they were almost similar manoeuvres, so you get that repetitive part. But for Tana, that was it was kind of the 2 manoeuvres, but the variety of the manoeuvres helped them get into that excellent range. So these are the kind of finer points that the judges are going to be looking for today from the servers. The judges aren't there scoring the wave. Even in 2 foot, terrible onshore conditions, you can score 10 points.
Yeah.
It does come down to the surfing. But what I was alluding to with Joe is it's, unfortunately, and as it always will, the waves will dictate how we surf them.
As we see Jake Owen really getting that good forehand turn early on in the wave, and this one reeling right through to the sand, just coming unstuck at the end there, but that was looking like another good score to add to his total. He's already got a 6 and a 6.9, so that will no doubt go close to those, and he's been very deliberate about trying to release those fins on those forehand turns as well. Watch this turn here. Beautiful, getting the board nice and vertical, and then just trying to maximize the scoring potential of this wave, running it right through to the shallows. And just
that board looks so
diving that one.
The board looks so lively under his feet. You can sort of see when servers will be in tune with their equipment. I hark it back to I used to be a cyclist in a previous life, and with the downhill mountain bike, and you had certain bikes and you just become a magic biker, you just get in tune with your bike, and that's definitely a big thing for servers. They'll get in tune with what becomes a favourite board or a contest board, and it'll just be a board that you gel with, that works for you, and it feels lively under your feet, and it's a board that starts to feel like anything you can think to do, it will do for you, or do with you, shall I say. So you can sort of, I feel like Jake seems to have that magic board under his feet, as we see up and riding again. I love the bit of spray as well.
Oh, there we go, busting it out, going for the air, just coming unstuck with that one, but certainly he's committed. He's come here to surf and not being afraid to not stomp everything, which is what we love to see, right? Surfing's about being radical, about progressing, pushing the limits, and so cool to see this. And he probably knew, I've got one turn here, want to maximise it, just couldn't quite bring the tail around.
So much height off such a little wave. You can see he's put in the practice, the whakaratu, the practice of he's practiced those years down Dunedin, and like I said, for me, I thought if someone's going to go for it, it's going to be him.
Kalani, the local, he's on one of the bigger waves today, rides that up onto the lip, just digging that nose in as he re-entered. So Kalani, one of the Taranaki hopes for today. Tana having a look at that one, but decides not to go.
So we did see 2. Looks like Tana did with that last wave. He has pushed himself up into that second position. The 7.8 now backing up his 8.2. So look at the scores of this heat. Joe with the 6, a good wave, and a near perfect score in 9.75. Tana though, the 8.2 and the 7.8, both effectively in that excellent range. Like one is and one is right there on the cusp. Jake Owen sits in third, but with a 6.9 and a 7.5, both in the very good category. And then Kalani, he's got the excellent ride, the 8.0, the 4.75 more in that average range, but that's more just been he's like fallen on a turn or what have you. But all of these surfers in the good to excellent range. So you're going to have to be kind of like 2 excellent scores to win heats like this. So if this is only the semi-final, this is going to show us the precedent set now for the finals coming up this afternoon.
So just 3 minutes remaining now. Last chance. We're seeing these sets roll through about every 3 minutes, so expect to see some more decent waves to come through from the Tasman Sea. It's Jake Owen. He's been looking to just control these right-handers. The others have been more favouring the lefts, as you see these 3 boys just paddling to the right, keeping an eye on the set that's moving through, maybe coming a bit more out of the west.
So we see all the servers paddling there. So look, we are here, day 5, the finals day of the National Scholastic Surfing Championships. So there's 12 regional teams here on the beach. 9 from the North Island and 3 from the South Island. Each team gets to comprise up to 12 servers, so the teams can kind of pick how they want to stack their team. Beautiful turn from Jake Owen. And it's across 8 age group divisions of male and female servers. So it's kind of, they are out there competing for themselves, but they are out there also competing for their team. So that's a really cool, different format for this National Scholastics. It is effectively a junior national event. We have the main nationals coming up for 2023 at Piha in mid-January, but this is basically the junior nationals here for all these young surfers.
Yeah, back to Piha for the Nationals this summer, so book that in your diaries, ladies and gentlemen, for your summer road trips.
It will be, yeah.
If you're competing or if you just want to go and spectate, always good times there at Piha.
Well, it falls in the 8th to 14th of January, so, in that peak period of holidays, when we all get to enjoy a bit more sunshine, and the black sands of PR will be waiting for us all to burn our feet as we run down for a fun surf.
So true. So Joe Good John was having a little look at that one. Maybe just staying high, thinking about going to the air. Of course, he's got that excellent score up into 9.75, best wave we've seen all week. And then with that 6.25, he looks like he should be safe. But Jake Owen and Kalani Lewis, can they pull off a last-minute buzzer beater here? We've got 30 seconds on the clock.
I feel like Jake's going to be in his mind now going, I'm going to go for a big air. If I get a chance of going for the big air, because he knows that if he can really do a big air and stomp it, that is going to be well rewarded from the judges, purely because we have not seen them. Kalani, I think he's trying to find that running wave. He can do ears, but I feel like, Kalani, he knows his strength is just those big turns.
And he only needs a 6 here, a 6 something, and he's through. So that, 2 good turns, and that would be enough. But here we go, last 5 seconds. We're in the countdown, so that will be our standing. Go Good John, Tana Clapham, Raglan, and Bay Plenty represent. They will move through to the final later this afternoon, and then we move on to the second semi-final in this under-18s. This is the last semi-final of the day. Then we're all finals for the rest of the competition. Things are heating up here in Taranaki.
So that was Joe and Tana who Uru qualified into the final. They will be ecstatic with that. I dare say too, to be fair, Joe would have been almost like a wild card for that one, because even Isaac, as I was talking earlier, he hasn't been as active in the national junior comps. He's obviously been doing the Bay Border Eyes events and a few local sort of Grom comps, but just in the last year or two has really kind of come into some form. But I feel like this week especially has really been a showcase for him. And I mean, there you go, right there. He took the win.
What a heat though, far out, man. That surfing was amazing.
Not, to be fair, throughout most of the week, even with the same talent, that sort of the 12 to 13 range would have been a winning total. So you can't feel bad. I mean, it's going to be a bit of a tough one for the boys to come out going, no, I got 3rd and 4th. I really want to be in that final. But it wasn't like their scores were bad. I mean, Kalani had an 8-point ride in his ledger. But here we are, straight into semi-final number 2. Look at this, straight into it. Evan Broad is flying along.
So he's come across from Hawke's Bay to Taranaki for the week and looking good on those right-handers. Surfing really, really well.
Now Tyler Perry in the red from Kaikoura. This kid is an amazing server. He's just great to watch. You see, now that's what I was talking about. Look, I'm glad he did that, because I was like, I don't want to talk the kid up and he doesn't deliver. But mate, he's I've known of Tyler for a long time, but to actually really spend a week watching him surf, he's amazing to watch. It's been really cool to watch him surf. So he will definitely be a force to be reckoned with for the Canterbury region out there.
So here we see Evan, the replay, good first turn, and then backs it up with this nice Rio off that back beach lip, and then a little foam climb as well, just to round things off.
Yeah, he did well. The wave sort of stayed quite sort of flat. It didn't stand up on that sort of sand edge like he might have hoped. But he managed to do really well. Managed to get a 5.5 out of that, and that was a testament to the mahi he put into that wave. There we saw Tyler Perry again. Now only the 2 manoeuvres, but the liveliness and the action and the statement of that second turn, especially straight into the good range, straight into the very good range, and that 7.25. So the good range, that sort of 6 to 8. If you're good, but not. Better than average, but it's like, no, that's good, but it's just like safe good almost.
Yeah.
You're kind of around that 6. once you get over that 7, it's like, no, that's very good surfing. And it's almost more, that's when you start to be on that cusp in the judge's mind of like, is it excellent? What's my wave comparisons around it? Obviously for the judges, I know it seems a weird thing to put numbers to the action of surfing, but it's all about comparisons for the judges as well. They'll fall back on those last waves, especially in that last heat, having such a number of waves in there like average, good and excellent category, and they'll kind of go, look, we've seen the likes of the 975 from Joe. Where does this fit into the scale? So there is a relativeness to why the scores are allocated. It's not just the judges going, oh, I feel like chucking this number at it. There's a reason, there's a format to it, shall I say.
Of course, we had Charles Kofata on earlier this morning, and his son's out there in the waves, trying to book his spot in the final here. So Te Kofata out there wearing white from Whangarei.
So yeah, he'll have the Northland team will be down there on the sand cheering him on for sure. It's been funny actually set up at the stand, especially the last couple of days. I've been trying to get the teams, and I feel like it's definitely been Bay of Plenty and Northland have been, and I say rowdiness in the best possible way, but they've been rowdy as in vocal and cheering on their servers and supporting them, and all the teams are going down and meeting the servers at the rocks and at the beach and bringing them up. But I just, vocally, it has definitely felt like the Bay of Plenty and the Northland crew have been like, I guess if I had to pick a winner for that region, for that sort of reason this week, those would be the two in the final for me.
So when I arrived, all I saw was Northland hoodies everywhere. I was like, the car park was full of surfers from Northland. So well represented.
They've been down there singing, cheering. They had the van yesterday, the horn was beeping, cheering on their servers, so
cool.
It's been cool to see. And that's not just, it wasn't about just because they won. It was purely about because they're out there partaking, being a part of the team. I guess wrapping them up in the spirit of the region and sort of bonding over that team ethos of what they're here for. It's been pretty special actually, and I think Northland, saying it out loud now, I feel like Northland have probably encapsulated that the best from all the teams.
Speaking of which, Te Kofata up on his feet, on his backhand, looking good too, and it's just, I say that, digs in a rail and goes down, but looking nice and fluid on that backhand.
So of course, people, right now we've got the live webcast here at Whakaata Māori. You're tuned in on your phone, on your laptop at work. Hopefully you get to be parked up at home with the school holidays. Maybe this will entertain the kids for a little bit and mum gets a break.
Love that last turn there from Te Kofata, just digging in that rail. And sometimes when you're sort of looking down the line for the next one, you can forget about just sticking that manoeuvre that you're just finishing off. But looking good to see it start from Te Kofata. Also up and riding our rider in red.
Tyler, I think it was Tyler Perry, from Kaikoura. There we go, 8.5, excellent wave, locks in. So yeah, I was going to say,
he's taken it to the competition. Look at that lead.
Straight out. So yeah, people can of course tune in as well. Liveheats.com. If you look up liveheats.com, if you're at home and you want to get a even more detailed breakdown on the scoring, liveheats.com is a new format that Surfing New Zealand have adopted. You search up Surfing New Zealand, and there you'll see the National Scholastic. You click on that, and there's literally live scoring as well. So, we've brought surfing into the modern age. We've got live scoring that goes around the world. Anyone can tune into that. Obviously now as well, with Whakaata Māori, we're here today at Back Beach bringing you the live webcast. So it is great. I love it. I quite often will sit down at night when the likes of the Kehu Butlers, Billy Stearman, Ricardo when he was on tour, even before that, Paige Howard when she's out there representing Aotearoa on a world stage. It is so good that even if there's not an actual webcast of the event, we get to do the same thing with the live scoring. And mate, I think my wife and kids think I'm mad. Everyone else goes to bed, and then I'll either stay up late throughout the night, or I'll literally go to sleep and get up at 2 in the morning, tune into the webcast and support our Kiwi surfers no matter where they are in the world. It is my sport. People sit down and watch Bathurst all day and watch cars going around in circles. I can appreciate it, it's just not for me. But I can definitely sit there and watch a surfer sit in the water for 20 minutes, and I'm happy to do it.
Yeah.
Especially when we're cheering on one of our own who's out there taking on the world. Right now, though, all these under 18 boys in the water taking on the best of Aotearoa represent the region. Here we see Takofita up and riding. Now that is, there we go, compresses the legs, makes the point of finishing that turn. Like you said before, he almost got ahead of himself and kind of fell on the turn. That one, he realised that. He's learned straight away. He's back to the basics. Sit down, doesn't sit down, crouches down to keep that low centre of gravity and rides out. Makes a point to the judges, hey, I finished this one. You gave me a 4.75 for that last one. I want something more this time.
Evan Broad up and riding from Hawke's Bay on his backhand. Some good turns on this left-hander running down the beach. Just getting blown off the back of that one at the end, but got in 2 good turns. He's already got that 5.5 in the bag.
You can see the waves are definitely running better already, even in the last sort of hour of the live vision here. So as that tide fills in today, those banks will deliver more and more. So more opportunity to score, but just more opportunity to showcase the serving. You see from Takofita, big turn there. Settles right down in amongst the whitewood, almost disappears into the foam, and then stands up to emerge, sort of, exclamation to the judges.
Yeah, you could see that intent, like you say, after coming unstuck on that first wave, and then the second wave, he knew what he had to do, just stick that landing. And we've seen 2-wave scores be rewarded, 2-turn waves, be rewarded with good scores today, and there picks up the 5.6 for that one and moves himself into second place where he wants to stay.
Yeah, I mean, you see the 5.6 more than the 4.7, that little bit of extra reward because of making that second manoeuvre. So it's appreciated from the judges, and it's scored well for him. So as we watch live action here in semi-final heat number 2, we see Tyler Perry in the lead. It's my privilege there to bring in Mr. Jared Hancock's local legend, mate. I have to say it, J-Rod. I've known you a long time, mate, but for me, if I think the Naki, it's been you at the forefront leading the region and bringing yourself and other service from the region to the entire nation of Aotearoa.
Yeah, thanks, Gavin. Stoked to be here, and it's been a pretty epic week. And but got to pay homage. There's so many legends from this region, and you go all the way back to the 80s. Well, actually back to the 60s even. There's just been so many generations of legends come from here. A lot of the Waitara crew, Pip Meyer, Hench, just so many. And now you've got like Daniel Farr, local boy who's half my age. He's just won the Open Men's national title at Westport.
He put on an amazing performance at Westport, eh? I was lucky enough many years ago to actually be working with O'Neill, went to one of the Grom comps, and actually I think it was at Mount Maunganui. I went, man, that kid rips. Who is that kid? Hadn't seen before. That was Daniel Farr as a 14-year-old. Through O'Neill, went, hey, I think we need to support this kid and whatever. And mate, he has just grown and grown and grown. And now, as you say, as a young man, sort of just hitting 20, our current 2022 national champ, and he put on absolute clinic down there at Westport for the whole week, and rightfully so. At the end of the week, he was the one who emerged the victor.
Yeah, and we sort of had 4 out of the 12 juniors that went to El Salvador were all from this region, which was epic. 2 boys and 2 girls.
What were they in El Salvador for?
That was the ISA World Junior Champs, where every country sends a team of 12 grommets to compete.
So basically, almost taking our sort of like this, not a scholastic format in the sense of regional, but an international kind of version of taking a team of service from all around Aotearoa to represent. So with that, so we had the likes of Daniel Farr, Natasha Goldsberry.
Yeah, Daniel not this year, but he has been in past years. Natasha Goldsberry, Skylar McFettridge, Spencer Rowson, and Kalani Louis.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Kalani bowing out in that last one. He's been. I was talking to
he's sort of the victim of the victim of the backup wave. He had his one 8-point ride, but he basically needed another 8-point ride to get through.
There was some huge scores in that heat.
As
we see right now, live action to go for the. Again, falling on the second turn. Whether it's a bit of nerves or he's looking for more and more in the wave, but not quite finishing what he's doing.
Yeah, it could have been a bit of nerves, or adapting to the smaller conditions after surfing some solid waves down the coast the last couple of days.
And J-Rod, I know you've been with the Taranaki team this week, coaching. I mean, has there been an official role? I know you, mate. You've been our forecaster for us here at the Surfing New Zealand team. And you've put us on the money every single day. You've had it bang on. That's why we trust you and we love you. We don't give away any of the secret spots, but we get to get the best waves of the region for these junior servers to showcase their serving. So from myself and the Serving New Zealand team, I thank you for that. But I know behind the scenes as well, on top of that, not only have you been working for Bailey's doing your real estate work behind the scenes as well, mate, you've also been holding it down for the Taranaki team and been their mentor and coach for them.
Yeah, that's right. I was assigned the position of coach/manager for the last 4 weeks. It was a bit of a late call, so we've been in a hurry to try and get the team up to the best standard possible. But yeah, unofficially, it's really been the parents. Like, I must give credit to Nella, Cern's mum. She's been our unofficial manager and she's been awesome. And the other parents as well. They've all been chipping in and helping. And even at Stent the last couple of days, the Luke Whānau hosted us at their house. Their boy was in the under-14s. That was just epic to have that location there. So yeah, it's been a lot of, what's the word? Many hands make light work.
And Jared, I have to ask, like, what's the thoughts around the conditions that we've had over the week? Like, obviously, it's tricky to get 5 days lined up of good waves. But what's the thoughts amongst all the competitors? Is everyone stoked to be in Taranaki?
Yeah, there was a couple of really bad days because we had that O'Neill Grom comp in the weekend, and this day 2 for finals was about as small as it gets here.
Yeah.
But the statistical chance of getting that smaller waves here was just ridiculous, and it happened.
There's always a wave at Back Beach, right? So
yeah, well,
yeah.
barely that day. But then the Monday was similar in the morning. Like, but there was this tiny little swell picking up, and by Monday afternoon it was shoulder height sets, and we're like, sweet, we're back to normal. And even Tuesday was ugly conditions, but had a bit of size, but then it's just been pumping Wednesday, Thursday down the coast, and today's a beautiful day for finals day. So everyone will wash away those bad memories of the small days, and they'll remember these last few days for history.
Yeah, exactly. That's the ones that will stick in your mind. But it's important to surf that, right? Because when you move up to the next level, you travel around the world. Who knows what you're going to get surfing in the Tokyo Olympics, or in Europe, or what have you. So
that world qualifying series that they have to compete on to make the world tour, they have to sometimes compete in conditions like Sunday and Monday and Tuesday for sure.
Beautiful stomp landing there from Te Kaupwhara. So we've seen him come unstuck with 2 waves. We've seen him absolutely stomp it with 2 waves as well. So good to see our Northland boy hitting that. So here's a nice little replay. Look at this one whack.
Yeah,
sometimes
nice.
one turn is all you need, right?
So J-Rod, this one, there's no one here in this heat from the Nucky, but for you got a pick for this heat?
Well, it's pretty hard to deny that Tyler Perry's probably going through with that kind of heat total, 8.5 and a 7.25. It's like a good set of cards in a game of poker. And but yeah, it could be anyone between obviously Blues not having a great heat so far. He's got 4 minutes remaining with a 0.75. But it's pretty close between yellow and white, and it's basically a battle for second in my eyes. But yeah, white needed to have got another turn on that wave to have got the score, so I'm not sure that score's going to come through as enough for one manoeuvre.
And Jared, tell us about you work for Bailey's locally here in Taranaki, and they've been kind enough to get behind this event and really support it.
Yeah, well, I just actually found out that it's not only this event, it's a lot of the school sports around the country, apparently diving and all sorts of sports. They're like a blanket sponsor, which is epic. And it's actually, if I showed you the list of what they sponsor, because they give us like a local list of organisations and sporting places they sponsor just in the Taranaki region, the list takes up a whole A4 page.
Wow.
It's just
That's
like, wow,
awesome.
they do give back a lot.
Bit of swell out there, but that one did reel through actually, but no one getting on that one.
And yourself, J-Rod, mate, I know, not sure how many years you've been with Bailey's now, but I mean, it's conducive to your surfing lifestyle, that much I can appreciate. But mate, I know you yourself give back a lot to surfing here in the region, and you've done that through obviously the Bailey's Super 8 series, obviously based at Fitzroy Beach there with the new Plymouth Surf Riders crew.
Yeah, that's right. I think it was about 6 to 8 years back, I almost ended up solely with the role of organising the club's winter series. And then actually Surfing New Zealand used to run the Super 16 series, and that inspired me to do a Super 8 series where the top 8 qualify in the Opens for a grand final. And anyway, that's actually grown into quite a monster. I've created myself a monster. It's like a part-time job. And now it's the Bailey's Super 8 series, because Bailey's is the big sponsor, plus I've got about another 9 or 10 sponsors on board that all give substantial amounts of cash. We've got just under 10 grand of cash gathered from all the sponsors this year, plus 2 to 3 grand of product, just for a local club. And yeah, so Bailey's not only sponsoring a lot of money towards our Super 8 series, but also they sponsor Surfing for Farmers. They're the main sponsor around the country, which is great in helping farmers just get a little bit of joy from the ocean and help try and prevent, more suicides and things, because farming can be pretty harsh. And they sponsor, they just sponsor so much stuff. It's pretty crazy, actually.
Good to see Luke Diamond getting on the board there with a well-surfed left-hander there. But yeah, doing great work with Surfers for Farmers, and surfing's one of those sports that just provides that great outlet for people. We all know the mental benefits of getting out there in the minor, and
it's so healthy.
Yeah,
it's crazy, and also what it's done for developing our surfers. Well, Takofata, I think he
could snatch it.
I don't know
with 1 minute to go.
I don't know if I'm allowed
do
to
you
say it,
reckon?
but 100% he got the score.
Smaller wave, but he really surfed it so well. 3 well-surfed turns.
I reckon
right
it's going to be either high, good, or excellent.
There it is. Moves in second place with just 1 minute left on the clock.
Okay.
So, game back in the court of Evan Broad. Can he put another score on the board? He'll need to. That'll need to be about a 6 to move through. So, very tight.
Just shows I'm maybe not the best judge, because I was thinking around an 8, but 6.5, that'll do it. It's done the job with half a minute remaining. And now White's got to get a better one of his scores to get through, and I don't know if they're going to get away. There's a few lines coming in.
With this tide filling in, J-Rod, you're the local guru, mate, so we've seen already as the tide's filled in, this bank's definitely gotten better. There's a little bit more opportunity on the rights, but definitely that left has got a bit more, there's more of a run in it. There's more chance to, when we first started, it was kind of single manoeuvres, then we started to get maybe definitely the option to do 2. Now we're getting, the likes of that one, 3 manoeuvres on a wave, so the tide's going to carry on filling in pretty much right up until the end of the grand final this afternoon, give or take. But what do you reckon that's going to do? I was a bit worried it might fill in too much. What's your thoughts?
It'll be a little bit full, but there'll still be scoring opportunities. Generally, our beach breaks around here don't mind the full high tides. While if we were down the coast, it might have been pretty nice in the first few heats, but you would have really noticed the tide affecting it on this small swell, and it might have just been they would have been pretty
close to the rocks.
Yeah,
so there we go. That rounds off the heat. Well surfed heat from those boys, and just after the buzzer, saw our surfer from Hawke's Bay getting a good left-hander. So we move to the longboards. So we've got the 2 finals of the longboards. We've got the women's juniors first, and then the men's juniors. So yeah, Evan Broad just missing that wave. About 10 seconds after the hooter he picked up a good left, but he will bow out of the competition. And we have our finalists in the books now, so we will move on to all finals for the rest of this afternoon. So viewers on Whakata Māori, jump on that share button, hit the link to share it with your friends and whānau. We want more eyeballs on the screens watching this great action from our young surfers.
So yeah, we're into the junior women's longboarding, as you see on your screen there. Emily Ryan in the red, she's from Gisborne. Jasmine Jallis from Auckland, emerging talent coming through. But before we really crack into the rest of this final, J-Rod, I just want to talk to you too, mate. With that Bailey Super 8 series, I've looked, from afar, mate. I'm now based in Papamai over there in Bay of Plenty. I run, fun comps. I do the soft top comps, and we've now reinstated the Papamai Board Race Club. It's been around since '83. It had basically just faded away over the last decade, and now with a few of us servers who have sort of moved into the area, and you know, we've got younger kids ourselves now coming through. We felt the need for another board rise club and to represent the region, so we actually reached out to the older crew and asked if we could take up the responsibility rather than starting another club. It was more about, hey, can we respect what's already existed with the whenua there, and can we bring that back? And they've let us do that. And for me, mate, looking from afar, I've watched what you're doing with the Bailey's Super 8 and admired it and been amazed and wowed by, mate, the financial backing you get for the events and stuff. So for me, I'm intrigued to see, like, with that, do you see that as just, I mean, obviously there's lots of fun for the regional servers and everyone just to be a part of, and mate, the way the community rallies around it, everyone's bought into it and a part of it. But is that something you set up to be a bit of a pathway for the region as well?
Initially, no. I actually did it just because I was like, as an avid competitor, and I still am, and I'm still like very active and competing in that series.
Can I say, for me, you are what I call the Floyd Mayweather of surfing. You are all about, but you are the hard work and dedication guy, mate. And I say that I love you for it, mate. I respect it so much. But you have just, you know, you put in the hard work behind the scenes. I know a lot of the crew down here probably not, but a lot of people around Aotearoa don't understand it probably. But for me, mate, you have achieved all the results you have because you're actually willing to put in the hard work and dedication. Your passion for the sport, your love of surfing, unsurmountable, mate. So, and I feel like that has carried over into the Bailey's Super 8.
Yeah, thanks, Gavin. It is true. I think hard work does pay off, especially as you get older. You have to work harder.
We've got to keep the body a bit more nimble, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, and the Bailey's Super 8 series, it's what it inadvertently has created is a platform for our young surfers and our adult surfers to then go forth and achieve great results nationally and even get to the international stage. And we've seen it this year with, you know, Daniel Farr went out in that Westport final against the best Billy Stearman, and Billy surfed a great heat. He had a huge heat total. Daniel, on 2 different waves, landed these huge air reverses and nailed it. Now, that's not easy under pressure with nerves to nail those air revs, but I've seen Daniel do that dozens of times in the Super 8 series outfit, so he had that on routine.
The practice, the background, the groundwork was done kind of thing, building up to like when it really counts, when the pressure's really on, and what is our biggest event here in Aotearoa, the National Champs.
Oh, that is the pinnacle if you win that title.
Yeah, that is the cup. I mean, it's funny that some of the other events, you know, you pick up some better prizes and some cash money and that thing, but Nationals is all about the mana of forever being a national title. That you get engraved on the cup, it's never taken off you. You'll forever get to be, you know, you'll have your place in history of Aotearoa surfing.
Totally, and here's a funny story for you. The last few years it's been me and Daniel go blow for blow in the opens, and he normally beats me. He's definitely got an edge over me.
Those massive ears are pretty hard to beat, to be fair.
They are, and we actually travelled down together to the 2021 Emerson South Island Champs, and we both ended up making the final, right? And to me, I'm like, this feels like a club final, and I'm like, I thought to myself, there's a statistical chance I could win this because, in my eyes, Daniel was the best surfer in the final, and I was like, I know I can beat him sometimes if I get the right waves. So it gave me that confidence,
yeah.
and I happened to get, I think I just got the best waves in the heat or something, but I ended up winning, and that was my best ever national result. And it was like, but it was cool because they had that feeling of comfort. Like I'm like, I've been here, done it.
You're like, I've actually been with this kid in like 20 other heats. It's all right. Well,
Mate,
20 other finals.
Hundreds of finals.
Yeah, hundreds of heats, hundreds of finals even. Yeah, true.
Possibly, because we have like sometimes me and Daniel are in like 8 finals a year.
Right, and that is, again, this goes back to me talking about the hard work you put in. I mean, you do because you love it and you want to be there and have fun doing it, but it is like, you know, not all those events are close to home. There's a financial cost, there's a burden with the time away from work and home and those things. So,
yeah, totally.
So, mate, that's that is when we see the passion come through. So, mate, from myself to you as a mate, thank you so much for all you do for surfing, but then from a Surf New Zealand point of view and for the regional surfers out there, mate, it's so good to see you now getting involved and getting Bailey's on board to help support events, not only here, but across the entire country.
Yeah, locally and nationally, it's awesome. Thanks, Bailey's.
We'll enjoy the rest of the day, mate. I hope Taranaki take on the best of the best out there, and we will, the Groms are jumping in the background and cheer you on too, champ. But we will get back into the women's longboarding action. Have a good day, J-Rod.
So on screen we have the women's final in the junior longboard. So the board size has gone well up, and it looks pretty fun out there on a longboard, I've got to say. A few little runners coming through. So at the moment, Jay Emery Ryan with the lead, up on 4 points. Jasmine Gillis from Auckland on 3, just sitting in second at the moment. But of course we're into finals now, so all these young ladies going for that win, trying to make the most of these nice clean conditions, good offshore breeze.
So we'll see a big change in the judging sort of criteria now, obviously with changing of the disciplines. So this one's not about age, this is purely a junior woman, so open to all ages for our young wahine toa out there, but now it becomes about the sport of longboarding. So it's the criteria changes, the discipline is different. So it's about the footwork. Now in the last, probably in the, I guess the 90s, 2000s kind of realm, longboarding went right into almost a high performance version of longboarding. It became about big turns on
A shortboard version
of longboarding, indeed. And it was like the longboards got lighter and with thruster versions of them, and it was all about doing big rios and even ears and the like. In the last sort of decade, it has definitely started to come back, and we have retrospectively worked back towards the roots of longboard surfing. And on an international level, even at the World Surf League level, literally last week we were crowning Harrison Roach as our international longboard champion. But again, we adapt that same format here in Aotearoa via the ISA platform. And so the criteria now about the footwork. So even though, as we see Lydia just gliding along this beautiful wave here at Back Beach, it'll be about the footwork. So if you seem to be shuffling, you're going to score less. If you can do nice cross-stepping, you will score more. The drop knee turns, obviously big scoring potential out of the hang 5s and hang 10s. Those big nose rides are going to be definitely, that's kind of like the ears of longboarding and such. That's when you're going to see the bigger scores come through. Here we see Jay up and riding.
Yeah, nice off the lip there from Jay.
Trying to hold on to the board there. So that's when sometimes you'll see too, just the control of the bigger boards. Here we see Amelie Wink up and riding. So there we see what I was talking about, the cross-stepping, the footwork.
Moving up towards the nose there. Rapui Tako is the hang 10 that we'd be looking for. Just getting
like
all 10 toes over the end of the board.
I'll tell you what, we saw some testing conditions for the longboard semi-finals yesterday. It was 3 to 5 foot down their extent, which if in surf language is sort of head high, double overhead on some of the sets, and a strong sort of cross offshore wind, so coming right up the face. So all these surfers have done so well yesterday to make their way here to grand finals today.
And those crossover steps, it's viewers at home might not appreciate this, and as a shortboard rider myself, when I've hopped on a longboard and tried to do them, it's so off-putting because you're effectively going from a natural stance to a switch stance and then back again as you're sort of walking up the board.
Yeah,
I can't do it.
Now that I live in Bay of Plenty, I've become more of a longboarding fan.
More of a aficionado.
I've always kind of had one in the quiver, but it was really like, oh, if it's literally knee high and I can't surf something else, I'll ride it. But in the last decade, probably, but the last 7 years or so especially, I think I add, especially living in Papamoa, I add about 100 surf days per year to the potential of surfing in the region, purely because we have so many days that are beautiful, but are like knee to waist high and aren't really shortboardable. So for me now, I'm fully on the log a lot, and I've actually, I've learned to love the art of the footwork and what have you, but I've also come to appreciate how difficult it is. And that top level of longboarding, they make it look effortless, but it is definitely not.
So smooth, so graceful to watch.
The easier it looks, the better you can tell a surfer is, because they've created an art form. It really is, for me, it's the art form of surfing. It's the grace of it.
Yeah, cool. So we saw a couple of our surfers just getting blown off the back of those waves, so those longer boards acting like a sail and just catching that hau whenua blowing up the face of the wave and just knocking them off the back of the lefts and rights respectively. As we see this good little A-frame setup here at Back Beach. It's right out front of the car park, and we've got the crowd down there on the beach, but also up on the cliff top. Lots of people parking up. got their picnics packed, and it's really cool scenes here. What a way to finish up the school holidays in the sunshine. Good 1 or 2 foot running into the beach, and that crisp offshore as well. So you can't ask for much more here in Taranaki.
It's we've been blessed all week, even with those windy, challenging days earlier on in the week. It was, and I mean, J Rod's right. Like, it's unseasonable to come to the Taranaki and not find a wave over 3 foot.
Yeah.
Normally, if anything, you're actually trying to hide from the swell. Normally, the region is known for its bigger, quite intimidating surf. So it was nice to have some smaller conditions for the Groms. It was a bit safer almost, it felt. But yeah, those first 2 days of the Scholastics were definitely pretty trying, just with the amount of wind that we were experiencing. But as I said, J Rod led us to the best options. But then the last couple of days for the Groms, even with some of those big sets coming in well double overhead for some of the smaller surfers, they were relishing it. Like, it's, as a surfer, that's when you want to challenge yourself to be the better surfer and take on the moana.
Amelia Wink from Christchurch, staying nice and low, starting to walk up the board a little. You can see those steps, and also walking up the board, Jay Emery, our current leader, looking nice on those left-handers.
Yeah. Now, Jay is daughter to Kelly Ryan, a phenomenal local talent down there in the Gisborne region. He's used to compete in the good old days of the Hondo Longboard Tour, but he's the guy he's like the local shredder at the beach. But I mean, you're talking about Gisborne, so you've got the likes of Maz Quinn, Bobby Hanson,
Jay Quinn,
Ricardo Christie. There's a pretty stacked lineup in Gisborne when you go out for any surf on any given day at Wainui Makaroi. But Kelly Ryan is right up there in those guys, and amongst that, he's never chased the accolades of international competition and like that. He is just a kind of more of a soul surfer kind of guy. But Kelly is just phenomenal on the longboards, the mid-lengths now. That guy will be out at like 6 to 8 foot Wainui on a 7.2 twin fin mid-length, but absolutely getting the biggest barrels and stuff. So Jay comes from that heritage. She has that heritage, and she has been growing up around that style. So for me, Jay has always been a standout with the way she rides the longer boards. Just she has that grace and the essence of longboarding.
So some set waves coming through here. Here is Jay Emery Ryan going left again, looking really smooth on this peeler down the line.
So just relaxed. She looks comfortable on the board. She naturally just has the footwork dialed in. She's not looking at her feet to watch what she's doing. She's just naturally grown up around the sport of it, but about the joy of surfing, and brings that essence to it here. But the good thing is she crosses that over into a competitive arena, and actually has done really well at many events around the country, and also does really well on a shortboard. She's a great shortboard surfer in her own.
Question about the longboard format. What's the minimum length you're allowed out there today? Does it vary based on juniors?
I haven't checked my rule book for that, but it used to be a 9 foot minimum. The old school used to be a weight. You literally had to have and because it was sort of English US based thing, it was about pounds. It was X amount of pound weighted boards, so they had to be heavier single fin boards. So obviously, like I said, the longboarding went through this big transition, became like a hi-fi kind of product for the 90s and the 2000s. In the last decade, we've definitely gone back to that. Now less about the weight, but 9 foot length minimum. Single fin has been more the adapted sort of way to do it now, even with the likes of those guys on the world tour. It's been 9 foot minimum is the main kind of requirement. I don't think there's a weight issue anymore. Single fin has become a thing. Obviously, yesterday it was interesting to see that all of the surfers were wearing leg ropes. Quite often with the logging style of things, there'll be no leg ropes worn. It's more a throwback to the era of literally there's no leash plug in the board, kind of we're going to ride the wave. Generally you're going to be in smaller conditions, so it's almost harks back to the real 60s era of a lot of the lifeguards who got into surfing, and it was about like they were such strong swimmers and water persons, and so it was about that era. So now you'll know some of the girls you'll notice in the men's, I know Nat Fit in particular, it was the first time I've ever seen Nat wear a leg rope yesterday, but like I said, Stent Road was 4 to 5 foot, absolutely pumping, and if you lost your board, it was going to hit the rocks and you had a big swim ahead. So You don't want to waste.
Totally.
You don't want to waste 15 minutes of a 20-minute heat paddling after your board.
And have a fair amount of ding repair
Yeah.
going on in the evening as well.
We did see at the start of the heat for the girls yesterday in the recoil one, I think it was. A massive, biggest set of the day came in, huge. And unfortunately, most of the girls up, we saw 2 broken leg ropes, one board washed up. Actually, Jay had to swim all the way back in. I was initially quite concerned and then almost relieved it was Jay. She's a very strong water person. She's an amazing athlete in the ocean, strong swimmer in that. Again, just from growing up in the Gisborne region and having a surf lifesaving background and just naturally I think she's more at home in the water than she is on land, to be fair.
Yeah.
But she had to swim right from out, well out the back at Stent Road all the way in. Her board, thankfully, someone grabbed it off the rocks for her, but she ran up the rocks, ran around. One of the other teams, I think it was Northland, actually were running a leg rope down to her, not even their surfer, but they were running a leg, and she just was like, it's cool, I'm good, jumped on, no leg rope,
Amazing.
out the back again.
Straight back out into it.
Yeah, again,
pumping Stent Road. Love it.
Keeping it pure, but I was like, are you sure that's tactically a good option?
Yeah.
You're going to spend the whole heat swimming.
Here she is. So Jay Emery Ryan doing the full twist. Love it. And riding right up to the nose. Beautiful surfing here from Jay. Good, clean left-hander. Wow, really putting on a display for the crowd. The crowd really loving that one.
Kind of feeling the vibe on that one, right? And just laying on and going, hey, you know what? I'm here to surf. I'm here to, I guess, win. But actually, I'm here to put on a show, and let's have some fun doing it. Here we see on the pure athletic replay. Nice, just a nice little twist. If it's a full walk back to the back of the board, it's called the two-door stroll, but just a shortened version, and that's probably to the nature of these waves being straighter, and she's worried it's going to kind of close out. But again, just a nice little mid-board pump to kind of get some projection down the wave there. But you can just see so comfortable, so light on her feet. So
awesome.
I dare say comes through as one of the better scores of the heat so far.
And I got to say, doing that sort of manoeuvre with the leg ropes, you're asking for trouble.
You get a bit
I can just
tied
see
up.
myself getting all into all sorts. I get stuck in my leg rope even when I'm not doing that sort of footwork. So
Get the old knees tied together and kind of zip tie your knees together in the leg. You won't be so ideal. Here we see Jasmine up and riding.
Going left and riding up towards the nose, peeling along this left-hander. She's got a good open face, rides it right through, gets a good hoot from the crowd. They are loving this.
Her teammates there from Taranaki Makoto, the Auckland crew. So Auckland, of course, you're thinking Piha, Muriwai, Māori Bay. We've got Jess Sinden coming up later. I used to live at Māori Bay, and I noticed all the Māori Bay border riders last night. Hopefully they're all tuned in. If they are, welcome to you guys. And that is my home away from home. But I know they were all on Facebook last night cheering on Jess, but the team as a whole as well. But that Taranaki Makoto team, obviously they've also got service from the Orewa region, the northeast coast up there towards Mangawhai even. So quite a collective there. And that's, I think, again, the special thing about this National Scholastic Surf Champs is, we've talked about it a number of times this morning, but you're out there surfing for yourself, but you bring that whole region together as a team and travel.
Yeah.
They've all been staying together at the various campgrounds around the region down here in Taranaki. Some of the teams have hired houses and stayed out there a bit. Some of the other teams are in, I think it's Belt Road Campground, had a couple of teams there, and they were doing challenges amongst the teams throughout the week and team dinners and stuff. So just a cool vibe to the whole event.
Amelia Wink having a little look at this right-hander, just letting that one go out of picture, just missing that one. But still the lines are coming through as the tide pushes into Back Beach, starts to fill in and really emphasise this little bank that we've got right out the front of the car park, providing perfect viewing opportunities. Everyone up on the cliff, on the beach, watching as we see Lydia Masters currently sitting in 4th place, so she'll be hoping that she gets something good out of this wave. She's up and riding, peeling along the left-hander and riding it right through on to the shore break. So looking to improve on her 2.65 and a 1.55. Now Jay Emery Ryan just kicks out the back of that left. She's certainly been the surfer to watch so far in the competition with 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah, that 6.25 locked in, so that was for that nice tidy footwork we saw. The judges rewarding it. Understanding she's meeting the criteria, allocating the points to it. I mean, that's the clinical side of surf competition, right? We've got to break it down. They're looking for that point of difference. Who's doing, what's in the criteria? Who's advancing the footwork?
Amelia Wink looking good, just trimming down the line, walking up towards the nose, just digging in the front of her board, unfortunately.
And that's also what can happen, right? Once you get that weight sort of forward of that midpoint of the board, you really want to try and... She's quite low on the wave, you can see as we're watching the replay here. She's quite low, she's quite forward. Now, she's kind of sitting up, starts the footwork, but unfortunately, with being low down on the wave, you lose the energy of the wave, that you're not in the pocket. So that's the one thing for the nose rides. You really want to try and stay in that top third of the wave.
Okay.
In surfing, it's more about the bottom turn on your shortboards. It's generating speed off the bottom and come up. And longboarding, there's all that energy in the top third of the wave. When the waves are small like this, even more so. So you could see she actually had the footwork set up nicely. She sort of stalled, waited, and started to walk forward. But unfortunately, just her placement in the wave, being in that lower part, you could see it just the momentum sort of pushed the nose under, and then unfortunately, on those big boards, it's hard to pull them back. So something for Amelia to take note of. We spoke about it with Takofura earlier on. He couldn't finish that second turn. He noted that, he took control of it, started stomping those second and third turns, and was rewarded the scores. So Amelia, she'll paddle back out, go, okay, I've got that feeling, I know I can set this up now. I'll take a step back, let the board sort of pull back into the wave, lock the fin in behind me, trailing behind me, stay in that top third in the pocket and the energy of the wave, and then work on the footwork. That's going to be, it's kind of makes the move more critical, but it actually makes your footwork and your ability to nose ride actually safer. So you get rewarded more because it becomes a critical section of the wave, but it actually makes it easier for you to do those nose rides.
Yeah.
So,
great tips for all of our longboarders out there.
Yeah, see, I've become a bit of a longboard nerd in the last years. I'm all about it. I tell you what, I mean, I guess I am I'm still trying to hold on to my shortboarding as I get older and the old back gets a bit sorer, but I tell you what, I love a good log session. And
it definitely maximises your surf days, like you say.
Especially when I live on the North Island
on
East
the flat coast.
Yeah.
Well, not so flat this year, right? Right up towards the nose. Here goes Jay. She's had a wonderful heat so far. With 2 minutes remaining, she's showing what she can do, really getting expressive.
Yeah, I miss the consistency of my Multi Bay home. But
I bet you don't miss the 8-foot onshore spring madness that you get.
No, yeah, I don't miss the multitude of events we ran in, like 5 to 6 foot howling onshore winds. But you know, and now I've got younger kids and a younger family. For me, the East Coast was a great option. And the best thing for me is my kids are at the beach every day, and one of my sons, Taylor, is now surfing. And to be fair, I mean, yeah, it is the East Coast, I'll admit it, here on live TV, but it is perfect for young ones learning to surf. Here we see Armley. Now see, look, she's got it. She's realised, stay in that sort of top, she's more in the top half then. Just a bit of footwork. She probably could see the wave was going to close out, didn't want to risk the nose ride and falling, because that's the other thing to the nose ride. It's not just a matter of getting onto that nose. You've got to get the little cheeky 5 toes, obviously the hang 5, or as we alluded to earlier on, the hang 10, getting all 10 toes over the board. But not only do you have to get there, in order for the manoeuvre to be considered complete from a judging point of view, you have to step back from it. So you have to have at least 2 steps back from the nose to be kind of rewarded the points for the nose ride. So it's not just getting up there, hanging on, and then riding the wave, say, into the closeout. That would be deemed an incomplete maneuver.
Yeah, okay.
You have to step back onto the board to show the judges that you've gone there, you've done the nose ride, and effectively...
You're still in control of the board.
You're in control and completed the maneuver by stepping back out of it. So Armley kind of reading the wave well there and going, look, I'm not going to risk that and kind of get an incomplete. If I show them some footwork and then come back with that, I'll kind of still be rewarded an all right score.
So here we are, 20 seconds remaining in the junior women's longboard final. This is the 2022 Scholastics National Surfing Competition, and what a final we've had with Jay Emery Ryan really putting on a wonderful display of longboard riding in these clean 2-foot conditions here at Back Beach. She will take out the competition. Emily Wick will finish in second as she just goes to her feet. This might potentially be a scoring ride, as Jasmine Gilas from Auckland, Tamaki Makoto finishing in third place, Lydia Masters in fourth. So these girls loving the surf in Taranaki, great longboarding conditions. And look, we're seeing longboarding on display for many athletes, many people out there. This is sort of the gateway, the entry level into the sport, isn't it? Riding these longer boards, a bit more stable platform to get to your feet. Like you say, you can ride smaller waves and have that momentum to get onto the wave a bit easier?
Oh, indeed. I think I say the explosion of surfing, even within the last couple of years with the whole, I hate talking about, but the COVID era, right? Like around the world, we suddenly became quite restricted in the sense of our movements internationally, but we had all this time on our hands. Oh, here we go. But with the explosion of the popularity of surfing in the last couple of decades, but even more so in the last couple of years, the go-to way to get into surfing is you get a big soft top board. Oh, here we go. Final results. So yeah, we see J. Emery Ryan from Gisborne taking the win with the 11.15. Armley Wink surfing well there to take second. Look, cheered up the beach. There we go.
This is such a tradition in surfing, getting carried up the beach by your teammates. And what a tradition it is, what a feeling it is to be crowned national champ, be carried up the beach by your teammates. Don't need to touch the sand. Keep your feet nice and clean, because you've deserved a place on the top of the podium. All that hard work, surfing, small conditions, big conditions, onshore, and here it comes off, paying off with a big win.
So yeah, but I mean, yeah, the sort of entry level to surfing is the classic. You're on a 9-foot soft top board. You're at a surf school, and they're basically coaching you how to stand up and learn to glide along a wave. From that, you get hooked. There's no doubt. Well, for me, that's it. You're in. Yeah. And that's it. You're away. And then it has become something that I think you're like, it's a way to learn the sport. But it's almost like the better you get at surfing, and then it has been for me, is the better I've gotten my surfing, I've now regressed back to longboard, where I can actually appreciate how difficult it is to longboard well and what's involved. And for me, if you look at any of the World Tour longboard guys or anyone of that in the upper echelons of longboarding, they are amazing surfers on any single board, fishers, shortboards, anything. They are, just to longboard very well, you have to be an incredible surfer. Yeah. I don't know, there's no denying it. It's not just like, hey, stand up, go along straight. That can feel fun, it's fast and it's fun, but to have the footwork like we see right now from Charlie Wise, it's difficult to do that, and he is surfing very good and making it look effortlessly. And
not being afraid to catch the smaller waves as well, and use that expression to make the most, just maximise that scoring potential. It's a small paddle out, so it's not like you're going to miss a set if you make the most of it.
That is definitely the beautiful thing about being here at Back Beach today. It's a 30-second paddle out, so we're going to get to see, which for us tuning in, for all of you there at home, on your phone, on the laptop at work, tuning in with us here on Whakaara Māori, you're going to see plenty of action here from the junior men's longboard final. Here is Kaylin Pitkeithley from the Mount. So yeah, Kaylin Pitkeithley, recently they moved over from Australia earlier in the year, based now in Mount Maunganui. He's definitely come onto the scene strongly. You'll see Oliver James. Now it says Auckland, he's up there on the northeast coast. I think he works with one of the surf schools actually up there around the Mangawhai region. Oliver James, just as we saw, and now Nat Fit as well, there in the red. So from Auckland, out there representing. Nat Fit's been well in amongst some of the lager comps around the country and been in nationals before. But as we watch the action unfold for the junior men's longboard final, it's going to be my pleasure to welcome into the tent our junior women's longboard champion, Mr. J. Marie Ryan.
Thank you.
How are you, mate? How's that feel?
Oh, it was so much fun just to be out there with the girls, and like just having girls in like a heat. Like I used to have to surf against the guys. There was no girls division in this comp for so long, so it was awesome just to actually get to surf against some chicks. You know what? That's a pretty cool thing to say. I know I've grown up watching you grow up around the contest sites with Dad and travelling, and then as you've got into it, you've been surfing at the different ones. But you're right, quite often, especially with the longboard scene now being kind of individual sort of events, like fun events, the loggerheads, the single fin mingles, and the first light comp down in Gisborne. I mean, Gisborne has been a region that have embraced it and got their own events going on. But you're right, for you, I'm actually used to watching you pretty much been out there with junior boys and open men's guys and kind of competing. That's it. It was always just us boys. Yeah, but how good is it? You've got, I mean, we had a number of girls entered in this longboard division throughout the week. Yeah, that was epic. I was so stoked that we actually had heats in a girls division too, because usually it's just a straight final. That's the other thing too. So I think that's, mate, you know, they're seeing you, they're going, hey, look, Jace looks like she's having heaps of fun. I want to have a crack at this. Now look, I was trying to be a longboard nerd. I was trying to see the board you're riding as you got carried up the beach. What were you riding out there today? I was riding a 9-4 Morris log. Nice. I just chucked a leash plug in it actually before I went to rags.
Well, to be fair, you needed that steam road in the last couple of days. We
Yeah.
saw the big swim yesterday. Was the board all right? I was worried.
It's all dinged on the nose, so if I was too scared to put my nose, like my feet over the nose because of the fiberglass, it would have got it all on my feet because it's all peeled back.
It's still like open and raw. Okay.
Yeah.
It was, well, yeah, it was pretty full on. I don't know. There was like a 6-foot secondary yesterday. Just demolished
Yeah.
everyone in the lineup. So I'm glad you're well. But it
Yes.
didn't matter. You've bounced back. You had a big swim yesterday, but you made it through that. And mate, I'm so stoked that you are getting our 2022 National Scholastic Surf Champs.
Thank you very much.
How good's
Happy
that?
to speak with you.
So how's that going to go for the Gisborne region? That's obviously not. So for you, you are our National Scholastic Junior Women's Longboard Champ. But now for the team, they gain those invaluable points.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure, apart from, it was just me and one other chick that didn't get knocked for ages. Like, our whole team pretty much got knocked in the first
Oh, so
2
you're
days,
like
I
you're
think.
kind of like flying the flag.
Me and Bonnie, yeah.
You're
Two
flying-
girls, actually.
2 girls representing for the Gisborne
Yeah.
region. Well, there we go, mate. Well, get out there, enjoy, and
you.
I look forward to seeing you. Are you coming up to Nationals?
Which one?
Piha.
Oh, yeah. Because
You'll
there's
be
two.
there?
There's the multinationals.
Well,
and the
there's,
other
yeah,
ones.
true. Are you going to be up at multinationals?
Nah, I'll be back in rags. I got exams.
Oh, that's right. We're going to take.
Even though I've failed all my mocks so far.
That is the reality of the surf lifestyle. Sometimes we're not the best at doing our homework.
Yeah, well.
But it is time for Jay to go home and do some homework. But we will see you ready. Well, I mean, you've got the National Scholastics, so why not come to the Nationals and try and take
Yeah.
out the national crown?
Yeah, I think I'll enter in the Open Women's as well this year.
I think you definitely should. Okay, well, let's get that board fixed up, and I look forward to seeing you at PR in the new year.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, babe. Have a great day.
Awesome, so good to have Jay and to talk about her national title that she's just taken out and back to the books. Sure, her teachers are watching. They need to make surfing a subject, right?
I mean, this is officially...
NZQA credits or
Yeah,
something.
yeah. I mean, this is officially school holiday, so she should be allowed a break this week, surely. And at least she can go back now and say, well, I'm the National Scholastic Champ. It was worth me getting a couple of days off study.
And the amount of geography, meteorology, physics. I mean, there's a lot going on there. We could definitely make this into. We can talk to the NCEA people and get this on the books. But hanging 5, getting the toes over the end of the nose. Look at this beautiful surfing, walking up and down the board and
Yeah.
riding away clean.
So, yeah, that is
Nat
Nat Fit. I actually think he might also be on a Morris. So, Steve Morris, hopefully he might be tuned in. He's been a long-time shaper here in Aotearoa, based up there in the Matakana region, but just sort of north of Auckland. But he used to even be on the west coast, sort of was Henderson-based way back in the day. Was a supplier of custom boards to sort of the Piha, Muriwai hardcore for many, many, many years. Moved up over the shoreways and then up to the east coast there, but is still one of the best longboard shapers here in Aotearoa. And it's a tribute to him to see some of his boards in the lineup today in finals.
Here goes Kaylin walking up the board, gets those toes over the nose and controls it nicely out of the mount. Looking nice and strong is Kaylin, and also up and riding Charlie Wise, doing the same, going left and getting onto the nose. Beautiful riding there. Rapoi Rima.
Again, Charlie.
Hang 5.
Oh, look at the action. They're just non-stop. Nat Fit up and riding straight to the 4. You see here. Locks in the 5. So you can see there, he was trying to just put his... As he was about to fall, he could feel it. He was trying to lean back, went to grab the rail. He might have actually copped a finger. I'll tell you what, I've broken a little finger for trying to grab the rail of the longboard. And
Kaylin just kicks
the momentum
out.
of a board that big is not going to be stopped by a couple of fingers on it,
Oh,
unfortunately.
it is one of the impressive things. I mean, when you're talking about riding, a 5-foot something board for the short boarders today, you're almost doubling the size of the board out there. And it's a lot to control when there's wind, waves, all pushing it around. And I've got to say, if I'm riding a board that big, I'm going to make sure it's got a foam coating on it.
Yeah, you do start to appreciate the heavy glassing on a log when you end up knocking your shins, or I think that's the worst one, is the shins. When you're gliding along, as we see Kaylin right now, I mean, he's got no worries because he's good at longboarding, unlike myself. But at this point, sometimes the rail can cavitate and flip, and the board will flip, like it will just flip right over in an instant, and you just cop it to the shins, and that's when you appreciate the work the shaper has done to put that extra coat of glass across it.
Beautiful
Wise,
styling.
Mate,
I mean,
this kid's blown me away this week.
if you want just like styling photos for your Instagram reel. I mean, this is the sport to get it. It's so cool, so cruisy, and this is the sort of day where you'd be out here on the log all day long, just having fun with your mates in waves like this.
These are the days that logging is made for me. Like at home, these are the days I go down and have a surf, then the family come down afterwards, give me a couple of hours by myself to kind of get the surf out of the way. Such then it's just family time at the beach, and you're just in and out of the water all day long.
Oliver James just hitting that bottom turn. He's sitting in 4th place at the moment. That should replace the 1.5, you'd think.
So try and do that sort of faded takeoff, took off, sort of towards the left-hander, and then once you've sort of got a bit of footwork, trying to just pull back, stepping back, putting the weight on the back of the board to then sort of what we call fade and turn. You'll see Charlie White's right there. Look, that's exactly what I was talking about.
Drop knee turn. Look at that. Right up into the hang 5.
Holds that rail. A little Makaha head dip barrel attempt there. Now that is the downside not having a league on your board, is that you're going to have to, generally these boards they're big, they're float, and voluminous, and the wave will catch them and just wash them in. The good thing is for him, it's a short 10 metre swim, and he'll grab that and be back out the back inside a minute. So
often you'd be looking to just poke the board up over the wave and let the offshore blow it out the back.
Quite often, if you can see the wave's about to close out, the good thing on the longboard, especially on the pintail versions, you can just step right on the back and literally just sort of kick the board away from himself over the back of the wave, and it'll just sit on the back side of it.
Here we go, Rapoi Rima doing the hang 5 down the line, looking good. Kaylin Pitketley, originally from Australia, now representing Bay of Plenty from the Mount. So kia ora to those viewers who are tuned in from Australia. Great to have your company.
Yeah, he's a bit of a wild card for me. Like, he's a phenomenal talent, can clearly surf very well, but we're just trying to figure him out.
Here's Nat Fit, our competition leader and also reigning champ. So gotta say, our only reigning champ from 2 years ago, having taken out the longboard competition 2 years back. So cool to see Nat Fit surfing well. He's got that lead at the moment. Not sure if that one will make it into his top 2 for the day. Sitting on a 6.25 and a 6.5, so they are the 2 strongest waves ridden so far in this heat. So he's sitting in a commanding position, but Charlie Wise not too far behind him, putting a bit of pressure on. And Kaylin, I think we're still waiting for that score to come through for him as well. But all these surfers looking so good in these great longboarding conditions. There's Nat Fit spinning around, getting pretty creative out there in the surf.
Well, Matua, Oliver James, if he can pick this one up, he's kind of sitting with those lower scores, the 3 and the 3.5. As you see, look, just constant action coming in. Kaylin there. Now he's got the 5.85 and near good wave on that last one. He's trying to better that 4.65, and that wave, he kind of needs
it over.
Yeah, need to get his weight forward on that one to get in front of it.
Here's Charlie Wise on the nose, trying to get a little tuck under the hood, but it doesn't hang up for him enough.
Yeah, the small Amai, the swell, just kind of running off on him, especially now with the tide filling in more as well. Oh, you'd see right in the pocket there, right in the energy source of the wave.
So if you are wondering what barrel is in Tadao, Wharenga is what we're looking for. That's what I'm looking for every time I'm out in the waves, just after the Wharenga. But we're also seeing loads of nice turns out there, which is called Peka Peka. And plenty of closeouts as well, Katsimai.
I feel like when I paddle out, that's all I find is the Katsimai.
The Katsimai expert.
They're like, oh, Gav's coming out for his heat. Katsimai time. But,
so, yeah, we're trying to improve our vocab around the kupumari, around these surf terms in particular. And looking nice and strong. Kaylin Pitketley trimming these left-handers nicely. Oliver James having a little look at this one. He's got a little bit of work to do. He's just been slowly improving his standing, and right up on the nose there, digs the hand in for that finishing turn as we just get a big old gust through our commentary tent here.
The Taiwhanamatia, the god of the wind, is definitely down here with us today. You can see our
I'm hanging on to my papers here because they will go blowing. We've got all sorts of things working as paperweights.
This is the beauty of Mother Nature here, gracing us in Tangaroa, of course, delivering the goods right now for Charlie Wise.
Charlie Wise, and as you can say, beautiful dismount there, getting that board up into the wind, over the back of the wave, and safely ready for the duck dive, the roku.
Yeah, well, I mean, here we see Charlie Wise right there, Ihu Kapapa, the nose of the board, locked in. That's what the judges are going to want to see for this one. But you can just see, unfortunately, I think he was actually enjoying himself too much. I mean, the wave just kind of went, yeah, it's enough of that. I'm going to take control again. But he'll be feeling it. A 6.1 locks in for Charlie and the 5.65. So in that good range and just below good range there, the high average for him. You can see Nat Fit, our current heat leader there in the red rash shirt for the 6.5 and the 6.25.
So you're tuned into Whakate Māori. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Great to have your company this afternoon. We've got great waves here in Taranaki for the final day of the 2022 National Scholastics Competition. Beautiful conditions. And once again, if you're watching this on YouTube, hit that share button, send the link out to your mates, post it up onto your social media, and we'll get this thing nice and live.
So as you can see, a full update there of Junior Men's Longboard Grand Final. Nat Fit currently in the lead from Tamaki Makoto, of course. The 6.25 and the 6.5. He's got a bit of a fan club around the country. They know he's a great traditional longboarder. We see Charlie Weiss, though, from the Canterbury crew, representing. Oliver is keeping busy. He's just, I feel like, unfortunately, sometimes, you get in that rhythm. Even in your free surfs, you'll do it. You paddle out, you get a wave straight away, and then you're like, oh, I'm into this. Or you don't. You miss that first set, and then you're on the closeout, and you're just kind of. And I feel like Oliver, unfortunately, at the moment, it's not his surfing. He's just not quite found that rhythm with the ocean. Unlike Charlie Wise, though, who's we see there the nose of the board, taking him down.
Yeah, Nat Fit having a look at that set wave, but that one's more of the closeout, more of the katimai, but going right up on the nose. Beautiful surfing there from Kaylin Pitcarefully. Turns it round for that final turn. Very cool, racing down the line on the right-hander. Loving that. Oh, I think he's a bit disappointed with the finishing manoeuvre there, but I'd be happy with the start of that wave there.
Yeah, I don't know. Was that an elation, like slap of the wood, like, yeah, that's what I wanted.
That felt good.
You know that Tautaranga, the score that he might be getting for that, he's got to feel that. He's psyching up a little bit now, which that's the passion coming out. That's the competitive nature, and we're here to celebrate that today too.
He's inching up the leaderboard, putting a lot of pressure on the two surfers above him, currently sitting in third place. But look at that. Just take that screenshot and just chuck that on your Instagram profile, because, that is awesome. Feeling it. He is vibing it.
That is definitely the new Facebook profile picture, isn't it? Kaylin's going to get a screen grab of that one off the Whakata Māori webcast later on, I think. Be like, yeah, straight to Facebook.
I mean, is that the ultimate shot of a longboarder? Not being able to see your board, you're just riding up both feet over the edge of your board.
Well, I mean,
it looks so cool.
That's the way you're going to get that perfect nose ride, is by locking in effectively the full tail end of the board into the wash. Your big old single fin is locked right into the energy source of the wave there.
Here's Nat Fit. He saw that good wave, and so he knows there's a bit of pressure from behind him. He's the reigning champ, and he goes right as well, walks up onto the nose. Will that add to his total? Will it protect that pressure coming from Nat?
Almost hard to see with the angle as he sort of surfed away from us there on that right-hander, but he went up for the 5, and then as he got there, it looked like he locked in a hang 10. Now, of course, that is the ultimate. That is going to be in that excellent range. If you can lock in the 10 and hold it for a time, as long as you've got those 10 toes properly locked on the rail, standing tall, standing strong, that is going to be, a very, very good score. We saw Oliver there, looks like on one of his better waves in, a 3.95, so just starting to gain that momentum, getting that rhythm back with Tangaroa.
So the big change on the leaderboard is Kaylin Petkeithley started the heat slow, but boy oh boy has he turned up the temperature here at Back Beach with that 8.0. And Nat Fit, just as we speak, the judges fire through a 7.80. We have a 8 on our hands with 5 minutes remaining, ladies and gentlemen. How good is this? So Nat Fit sitting on 14.3. Kaylin Petkeithley has that 5.85, so he is still sitting on a score that we call in the average range. So that's not to disparage the score, it's just the way that we classify it. So between 4 and 6 is considered average.
It's not our personal opinion. Yeah. We know he can outsurf us on any given day.
yeah.
But it is just
average by his standards.
It is average by an international standard that's been set for the judging criteria. So it is not us saying he's an average surfer at all. I would never want anyone. I don't want his nana giving me a call, telling me off for that. Like, not at all. It is just purely to meet the criteria. And like I say, this is based on our ISA, the International Surfing Association, have formatted a criteria around surfing and around longboard surfing. But right now, I mean, Nat Fit in the good to excellent, or just under excellent range, and of course Kaylin with the excellent range there. So,
yeah,
despite the 5.85, I mean, you're not going to draw the good anyway. Oh, look, he's feeling it now.
We had a little interesting priority situation there. I believe Kaylin had priority, so that meant Charlie and Nat Fit had to let him go. So that was good defensive surfing there from Kaylin.
Yeah, well, again, this is when priority comes into effect, especially in the dying minutes of this. That's when you start to be, I guess, more tactically mindful of how you're going to get through this heat. Well, and then, of course, with it being the final, how am I going to win this heat? Obviously, with those semis earlier on, it was like, have I done enough for second? Now it's like, hey, there's only number one.
All right, Nat, can he improve a 6.5? He's got that pressure behind him. He lost the lead for a moment, then reclaimed it, but it's only by a whisker at the moment.
Yeah, the quick nose ride, he kind of knew it, and you could see straight away tried to step back from it, but then realised he'd just waited a second too long, but held on quite often. The good thing with the longboards is you'll gain momentum again, kind of manage to kind of run back out in front of the wave, but unfortunately that wave just kind of locked him in and kind of took him out. So it's almost like an incomplete manoeuvre at that point in time. Right now, though, Charlie Wise, there we go, the 5.
Beautiful ride up on.
Now, that's what I was talking about. He made a point, got the 5. He probably for a second went, should I go the 10? Went, no. Walk back out, ride the board out in front of the wave, make a point to the judges to know that I've completed the manoeuvre, and they'll give me as much scoring potential as I can for that.
Good sets coming through, but I believe that one closed out most of the beach. Kaylin Petkeithley picking up a piece of it. We'll see the pure athletic replay here. Right up on the nose. Standing tall. So smooth. Moves his other foot up. Gets all 10 toes on that nose. Oliver James. He's been quietly going about his work, but he's been improving almost every wave as Nat Fit gets up onto the nose as well, walks his way up, another little section here, right up onto the sand, and the crowd is loving his surfing.
You can hear the team, the elation. Oh, here we go, Charlie Wise. I mean, he's got to a point now in the heat, under 2 minutes to go. He's got good waves locked in, the 6-1, the 6-1. He's got to risk it all.
Yeah.
He's going to go, look, I'll pull every trick out of the bag. And it's not a trick as in a bad thing. It's like, there's things that I might not be my go-to. I know I've got a good solid hang 5. I'll rely on that to get me into, a certain position in this Whitiringa Toa, the final. But in that instance, he's like, look, I need something big. I'll go for the real tricky stuff and see if I can get that score for the judges. And we saw Nat Fit then. That wave quite foamy. It's sort of the wave after the first set. You see Oliver just, again, that nice quick little 5, but if you can't really lock it in and hold it for that second, it's what we call a tap 5. So, yes, the intent is there. You've done the right work. You've got there on the nose, but you literally put the toes there and, you've got a second and you're tapping coming back. Those tap 5s, the judges will appreciate that he's done the work to get there and lock that in. I mean, that again was the wave kind of, he realised it was going to close out. He's trying to come back and do something safely, but really the scores are going to be in from locking in those 5s and getting a good couple of seconds of travel time. It's like getting a barrel. You get a little head dip, or they can see your board, it's like, yeah, you'll get the 4s or something. You got in the barrel, but you're not really in the barrel.
You got some shade.
You get in that barrel and they can't really see you, and you get a good couple of seconds in there pumping along. You're gonna, you get spat out to the channel and
that'll maximise it.
I mean, it feels amazing, and you know it. It doesn't matter what the score is because you feel so good, but that's when you're going to see that 8, 9, 10 range really kick up for the judging.
So here in the final, the junior men's longboard at the 22 National Scholastics competition, we have Nat Fit in the lead. He will retain that lead. Hugs all around. So Nat Fit takes it out. Kaylin Petkeithley surfs so well, got himself into first, but was just nudged out by that 7-8 from Nat Fit. Close surfing. You can see there Oliver James picking up that 6-4. Good consolation prize from him as well. So all these surfers surfing so well here in the sun of Taranaki, and they will go home feeling pretty happy after their week here in a variety of surf conditions. We saw them riding bombing Stent Road last week in perfect, clean, fun conditions here as they boat race on in.
That's a great shot in that way. That's
so cool.
That's kind of goes away. We've had a competition, we've now crowned a champion, but also within the very next instant, it has just gone back to being like mates surfing together and enjoying this beautiful moana here, the Tuanu, the beach. Just, it's a lifestyle thing. It's a lifestyle option for us all. So it's, but look at that, no downtime. We're straight into our next final.
No downtime. We're straight into the under 16 women. Final 4 ladies going head to head. And yeah, like you say, it's so great to see the camaraderie with all these athletes.
Look at the waves, well over 8 waves are in for all the service, so a number of waves. Oliver in 4th, Charlie in 3rd, a great result for the Canterbury region. But yeah, Kaylin, they are plenty to be stoked on that result. Some solid scores locked in for the team as well. But Nat Fit, our junior men's longboard champ.
Backing up his win from 2 years ago. So to do that with a COVID break in the middle, remember half of the country was in lockdown this time last year. So to come back 2 years later and reclaim his crown, that's an amazing accomplishment. And I imagine a good way to finish up his schooling surfing career. I imagine he's in year 13 now.
Yeah, I was wondering, he must be sort of, he's done a few of the junior ones over the time, and then, like I say, the good thing about longboarding in New Zealand around Aotearoa is there is like these sort of individual events. The Loggerheads up in Northland with Tony Baker running that one up there. There's the crew down in Christchurch with Ambrose doing the single fin mingle. The Tawhiti First Light with Daniel Proctor and the Gisborne crew. And Ahopi, the West End Wiggle with the Barnfields, Dylan and Eli and those guys picking up that one. There's all these cool kind of individual independent events around the country for longboarding, and very much more on the essence of the traditional longboarding logging style. But then so you've seen Nat Fit come sort of through that institution as such of like more the free surf kind of, the cool comps really, rather than a big competitive scene. They're more about the gathering of Stoke, the gathering of the people. But Nat Fit, carrying that over into a really competitive format here.
Here we go, we've got Skylar McFetridge up and riding down the beach. You can see there amongst the free surfers. So one of the Taranaki locals, she will know this break pretty well, so going hunting, looking for some of those right-handers. We've got Leah Miller in the lead with this competition. She is a reigning champ as well. We talked about reigning champs, so she won the under-14s 2 years ago. So she's back to try and claim the under-16s title, as we see Jess Sinton up and riding from Muriwai, representing Tamaki Makoto.
I know, the idea of these young services, we want, they've been inspired by generations past, and we ideally want them to inspire these young kids in the shory. But
for sure,
we saw someone out there on the foamy learning to surf today, so maybe someone's already been inspired and shot into town and grabbed a foamy to come and learn to surf with us today. So, look at that beautiful big lineup. You see the girls are quite spread across the lineup here, so we have the entire beach here at our disposal to enjoy. They look like Sophia Brock from the Mount, so sister to Anna Brock, who's already taken it out this morning. So Sophia out there representing, comes from Mount Maunganui, but of course representing Bay of Plenty.
So the first of our shortboard finals is on screen. This is the under-16 girls. Then we move into the under-16 boys, and then it's the under-18 girls and boys to round out what has been a great week of surfing. including the Grom champs that we had here in Taranaki. And we're going to bring in our champion, reclaiming his title, Nat Fit. Congrats, man. How does that feel? We were sort of talking earlier as we see Leah Miller get a good right-hander. Sort of talking, you must be the only one today who actually reclaimed their title in the longboard. Congrats, man.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm blown away. I'm just so stoked. Honestly, it's been haven't competed in a little while. Had a little bit of pressure, with the title defend. Kaylin, those boys were all ripping. I'm just so stoked to get it. Perfect log waves today.
I mean, you guys were surfing so good out there. It looked like four mates just having a blast and fun.
That's exactly what it was as well. Yeah. We're sharing words. Hooting each other. It was so much fun. It was awkward.
And we saw a fair amount of nose riding. Was that the plan going in? Try to get up to the nose, or just play each wave as it came?
Yeah, absolutely. The nose riding is a big part of longboarding, and you couldn't ask for better waves today for doing so. So yeah, stoked.
Awesome.
Mate, I've got to admit, you just sit down beside me. I've watched you surf a few times this week, but bro, I just see on the back of the neck, the wetsuit rash is hectic there. Nat. So mate, that's how many hours you spent in the water this week, champ?
Too many. But
It must have been enough, mate, because it helped you just take out the championship there. You're the 2022 National Scholastic Surf Champ in the junior longboard. Now, mate, we were talking, you and Anoa, you're in the water competing and trying to lock that one down, but I've talked about watching you come through, the cool logger sort of series, those independent events we've got around the country with the loggerheads up north, the mingle down south, the old West End wiggle. For you, has that been a part of what you've sort of done to be better as a competitor, or is it more just the essence of the surfing and bringing everyone together, you reckon?
I think that, what you said there about bringing everyone together, and, longboarding's definitely on its come up, it's still faded away for a bit, but, I stuck with it, and it's, back from Redders, that's all we do, don't get many waves up there, so born and bred on the longboard, and I'm so stoked to see it making its way up through the ranks and getting a bit more prestigious again. It's awesome. Yeah,
well, thankfully we got rid of the old high-performance, hi-fi longboarding days of the 90s, mate, and we're back to doing it properly, eh? What were you riding out there today? I didn't get to see, was it the Morris?
Yeah, so I've got a custom Morris longboard, 9.6.5. Cheers, Steve. The thing just goes insane. It's just been working a treat for me. I've had it for over a year now. Just my one log, one and true.
That's your go-to?
Yeah, exactly.
That's became the magic board, mate. Well, it was definitely magic out there for you today, champ. So I will let you go and warm up and celebrate this win this afternoon, mate. But you are our 2022 National Scholastic
Legends.
Junior
Thank you
Longboard
so
champ.
much. Cheers.
Good to see you, Nat.
Congrats, Nat. Epic. And he's straight out to find some more waves somewhere around Taranaki.
What I think as he walked up the beach, he was actually almost taking the rash off, because I think he was just going to be like, yeah, that was epic. I'm going to go down the beach and surf some more. But
I got to say, we're coming up to high tide. There's definitely be some good longboard waves up towards the island here at Back Beach, and good scenes. I'm pretty sure he's got the log and he's heading straight back out.
It does actually look like we just saw him off screen walking down and straight back down the path to go for a surf, I think.
Now, we've on screen got the under-16s final. And
yeah, there we go. Look, he was like, no, I'm just, you guys have the rashy back, I'm going to go for a surf. He's like, the surf's too good to get, like, I don't want to, do I have to stop now?
Now look at this domination by Leah Miller. She is sitting in first place with a 6.0 and an 8.25. Way to come out the gate swinging. That is impressive. From Piha, she has put two solid marks on the board. One getting up into that excellent range, and the other into the Kapai range, the good range, up into 6.0. So the others with a little bit of catching to do, but we're still early days in this 25-minute final. But it is finals time, so once again a reminder: hit that share button on your YouTube player, and let's share it with your friends and whānau.
Yeah, Leah Miller from Piha. I was actually in the water on, day 3, Wednesday night, and we were out there at the back of Stent Road. It was pretty fun. Wasn't the iconic fully lined up Stent, but it was kind of a bit of a break in the swell, but it was just pumping, super fun. And Leah popped up. I got one wave and sort of kicked off midway through, and as I was paddling back up, Leah was just there beside me, and I've watched Leah come up through a lot of the little junior development comps and the Grom comps and the mini Grom comps that we sort of do around the country, And I actually stopped and I said to her, you have been absolutely ripping this week.
Choice.
Like, I was like, Leah, you actually, I know you're a good surfer. I've known that for years, which comes through the Grom comps. But I said, you blow me away. You're on form. Like, you're just killing it. And I wanted to take stock and let her know, like, hey, I appreciate your surfing. And it was like, and I was like, you're inspiring me. And I'm an old dude who's out the back trying to scrap for the leftovers amongst the Groms. But I was like, literally, you're in our under 16 girls grand final. But for me, you're inspirational. And I appreciate her surfing and how good she's getting at it. So for me, I feel like, as a kaiki, naru, a surfer, it is ageless. It's timeless what we can give to the sport. And I love the fact that someone as old as myself can actually be inspired by one of these young ladies and what they're doing out in the ocean. And I look at them and go, you know what, that's right. That makes me not want to give up and go, oh, no, I'm just going to go back to run a big foamy and, not keep fit and not work on I'm going to keep doing my Pilates to keep my back working. I'm going to keep trying because I'm inspired by these young girls to keep surfing and surfing at a great level.
Totally. Surfing in New Zealand is in safe hands with this current crop of rangatahi, and they are surfing really well. We've got a split peak here with Sophia and Skylar on screen. They are sitting out to the left, so riding the right-handers, and then Jess and Leah are aiming for those left-handers. So interesting to see a different approach, and definitely as the tides come in, we saw the longboarders there. You can see Nat. You can see the rash there on the back of his neck. It looks like the energy with this tide pushing in is maybe going more towards those right-handers potentially. We've seen less of those peeling lefts come through, but as any surfer will know, the surf changes every few minutes.
We were talking about just the other night, actually, when we were driving back from the contest. I was in the car with a few of the other officials, some of the judges and officials around the event, and we were talking about exactly that, like how in a contest format, you basically get set up in the morning and you're trying to, negate 8 hours of surf action out of Tongaroa, out of the ocean, and bring that energy and ideally get the best conditions, but for an entire day. As surfers, we know that really optimal conditions are kind of probably 40 minutes to 2 hour window on a certain break, whether that's a point or at the beach, whether that's it'll work on the wind, an optimal tide, a part of the tide, whether it's some breaks prefer a low tide, others prefer the high, most prefer, say, a mid to incoming tide. But as free surfers, you're kind of looking for that 40 minutes to 2 hour window where it'll be the most optimal conditions for your surf. Competitors, they just have to roll out and deal with what's put in front of them. They have like 20 minutes. You don't get to pick your tides. You don't get to pick your winds. It's like, this is your 20 minutes, or in this case, actually, your 25 minutes to pretty much go out there and showcase the best of your surfing, regardless of the conditions.
So there we saw two surfers up and riding on the same wave, both going left, but not interfering with each other, both in different parts of the wave. So Leah Miller continues her hold on the lead. She's got an absolute commanding lead at the moment, but a couple of scores to come through. Here's Sophia Brock sitting in second place at the moment on her backhand, up and riding, good whack off the lip. One turn and done. And that is the nature of a few of our waves today. You're looking at 1, 2 turns. A very good wave will have 3, but it's really about maximising that turns. The judges know that we're not expecting 6, 7 turn waves today. We're expecting you to see absolute commitment to each of the 1 to 3 turns that you're going to do. And here we are, Skylar McFettridge, and just coming unstuck with that one. But there you can see the energy she put into that turn, full commitment.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're dealing with what from a judging point of view is considered to be a multiple peak beach break situation. So that falls back into with priority and effectiveness. When we're down there at the Matarai, the point breaks down at Stent, kind of it works fairly effortlessly in the sense that there's an inside to the break and whoever sits deepest, gets on a bit of a rotation for that priority. But here with the multiple peak beach break situation, and as we see the girls have sort of split the beach in half, with 2 sitting further down, 2 sitting further in front, sort of in front of the judges, changes the rules around it a bit, because now you've got the rotation between the 4 servers, but split over the 2 peaks. Obviously, it almost can work in their favour that they're only going to worry about one other surfer near them, not the other totally. 2 or 3. But they still have to be mindful if someone happens to get one of those running waves and gets the opportunity to do a number of turns, they can't get anywhere near it. Even shutting down the wave could be a priority interference.
Here's Skylar, good looking right-hander, just coming unstuck,
So yeah,
pulling off that re-entry.
Skylar lives just down the coast, down there on the old Surf Highway 45, but it's been the last couple of years again through the pathways of the Grom comps and the Grom series that exist, has started to really cement her place in this under 16 girls category, and you know, it's a testament to her. She's here for grand finals.
So Leah Miller from Piha representing Tamaki Makaurau very well indeed with that 6.0 and an 8.25 and 10 minutes left to run now. The pack behind her is left to do a fair amount of chasing, and she's looking to add to her title, her under 14 title from 2 years ago. So if she can do that, she'll have won both of her attempts at the Scholastic title. So starting her,
I'm
her
torn.
high school career so well.
I'm torn. Leah Miller, I mean, I literally stopped my surf the other day to congratulate on how well she's surfing. She's a great young surfer, and I think will carry on to be, you know, a great representative for New Zealand in surfing, and carry Aotearoa with her, hopefully internationally. But you know, then I've got Jess Sinton there in the green from my old stomping ground, Muriwai, Māori Bay. I know all the Māori Bay Borderise crew will be logged on and supporting her right now. And then, of course, Sophia Brock from the Mount in my now home region of Bay of Plenty. So I know the McFetters family really well. This is going to be a great one for all these girls and all their supporters. Now, amongst all the event, of course, as you can see, we have been really lucky to have such massive support. Here we see Sophia Brock up on our screen on the backhand there. Oh, she's done well to find a couple of turns out of that wave. So surfing strongly, young Sophia. But we've had all these great supporters and sponsors of this 2022 National Scholastic Surfing Championships. The likes of Bailey's, Caltex, our friends at Apollo Projects, of course, the great people behind New Zealand Carbon Farming as well, helping us bring this to you out there on Whakaara Māori webcast. But one special thing we get to do today is we have the Caltex Good Sport Award. So Caltex have kind of realised that, yes, we're here to you know, surf in a competitive way, and kind of, I mean, everyone's here to win, and the competition side of surfing, that's here what we do. We're here to crown some champions and that. But Caltex have started to realise that behind the scenes, and especially because of it being what is in surfing a novelty event in the sense of it's a teams event, not lose focus of the spirit of what that brings to this event. So Caltex this week wanted to create the Caltex Good Sport Award, and we are going to welcome in our recipients. So what happens with that is all the teams were asked to nominate someone in their team, one of their junior surfers that they thought carried the mana, brought the spirit to the event, helped their teammates out, was an ambassador for their region, was helpful to the others in the region, and kind of, this one wasn't about the competitive nature of the sport. The Caltex Good Sport Award was all about noticing and recognising someone who really embraced the mana and the spirit of this, celebrated her team regardless of their results, got out there in the water, gave it a good crack, and also, I know, just like a team legend, really. So it's my great pleasure to award the Caltex Good Sport Award to our good friend Twilight Edwards.
Awesome. Yeah, we'll give you the mic and we'll give you the bag. We've got a whole bunch of goodies from Caltex, so you'll be well fed, and I'm sure the team will want to raid what's in this bag. But Twilight, you took one for the team yesterday, going out and pretty pumping surf, and how was that out at Stent Road, getting out there in pretty challenging conditions?
Yeah, it was pretty rough. It's not something I'm used to surfing like that. It was okay.
Yeah, I couldn't make it down yesterday, but I saw the photos. I was like, man, I'd be peaking when those sets came through. But did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was fun.
Choice. Yeah. And so you're from Northland. What's your home break?
Sandy Bay.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. And you guys are everywhere, because when I turned up in the car park, I could see just Northland hoodies, like Northland cars, Northland marquees. So it sounds like you've got a really cool team with you.
Yeah, we have a great team, best coaches.
Yeah, awesome. And what do you love about surfing?
I really like longboarding. It's very like chill and yeah, just lots of fun and good to just have something to do when you're at the beach.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, me haro and well done. You guys did awesome. Northland, I think, is sitting pretty well in the points competition. So yeah, well done, and well done to you and your team.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Twilight. You are our Caltex Good Sport winner. Absolute legend. And I know the Northland crew will be down there getting rowdy again. They'll get vocal and they'll continue to cheer on their champions.
Everyone will want to share a car with Twilight on the way home, because that bag is full of all sorts of goodies. It's like they went into a Caltex store and just like raided the shelves, just stuffed whatever they could.
I feel like there's a couple of rows of a Caltex store just piled into that bag. So
particularly the sweet aisle, the one that I don't let my daughter down.
Yeah, I don't know. I think she's going to get front row seat in the van going home, because they're going to want to raid that. That's pretty much the snacks for everyone for the Northland team heading home. So a big thank you to our friends at Caltex for the Caltex Good Sport Award. Again, that's, we're here to celebrate surfing as a whole. We're here to crown champions and celebrate them, but also, let's be honest, we don't get into surfing to be winners. We do it because we love it. We do it because we want to be part of the moana, the tangata whenua. We want to rally around one another, enjoy it. It's just so much fun. And I think Twilight, she took on some huge challenging conditions yesterday, was definitely intimidated by it, but still paddled out with the support of her team. I think that was the best thing too. They were so vocal and helping her and, giving her the confidence to get out there and have a go at it. But not only that, obviously behind the scenes from a team point of view, she's just got behind the other servers, cheered them on. I dare say there's been a few songs and some good meals and plenty of good kai, and Twilight's been, a helper and a supporter of the team there. So congratulations to her. That
feeling of going out and surf that's a bit uncomfortable it's not foreign to the pros. Like we saw it over at Margaret River this year with the pros, just massive surf. It's always big at Chopu and Nali, Pipe. Even the best in the world have these moments where they're like, this is uncomfortable for me. And, it's one of the things, you're out there in the power of Tangaroa and unleashing itself on the reef, and it can be scary, but, with your help of your mates, ultimately, which it comes down to that team environment, they can support you into those bigger conditions and give you that confidence out there. So cool to see Twilight getting out there, crushing it yesterday, and she'll enjoy some good snacks on the way home.
You have, 11-time world champion, the greatest of all time, Kelly Slater, and even he will admit to some conditions I don't think it's ever stopped him entering a lineup or taking on those big wave challenges, but there's the greatest surfer of all time, and will happily admit to being like, that was terrifying at certain breaks or certain waves. I think obviously he spent so much time doing it. He's more comfortable in situations than definitely you and I would be, but even at that level, even at the absolute pinnacle of the sport of surfing, it's still something you have to individually take upon yourself to go out and challenge yourself to do better, whether that's in sizable surf, whether that's in challenging yourself to become a better surfer. Those are all things, and it is so awesome to see Twilight embrace that this week.
So just under 3 minutes remaining. Sophia Brock, she's sitting in third place. She's got a bit of work to do. In fact, she's almost comboed from Leah Miller's commanding lead over the field, but Sophia Brock is currently sitting in second. There are 2.5 minutes left to run in this under 16 girls final. This is it, the last 2 minutes. What is the ocean going to offer up? It seems to have gone just a little bit sleepy towards the closing stages of this heat. Our local favourite, Skylar McFettridge from Taranaki, currently sitting in fourth, but it's close for those minor places.
Well, it is. It's going to be, here we see on our screen, Leah up and riding, another nice little turn. Now, pushes You see that full tide just kind of backing off that wave there. So she actually came out of that first turn with a good amount of speed and really tried to push into that second turn, and just, you'd see with that full tide, it just held back on her a little bit. There we go, one single move from Leah, for Leah, sorry. But again, quality manoeuvre. You know, I feel like right now with that, 8.25, an excellent wave locked in, and the 6-point ride, and a minute 30 to go, that is our toa, our win. She's going for that title. She has earned it. She's just found that form. But not to say, Jess Sinton, Sophia, Skylar, that can only take kind of one wave here. If they manage to snag something in that excellent range, they're right back in the hunt. But of course, now the pressure is the time.
Yeah, we can see that ticking down. Just the tahi left in the minutes column on the clock. We are ticking down to 60 seconds remaining. Leah Miller, she is the reigning champ in the under 14 division. This year moving into the under 16s, and it looks like it will be a repeat because there's a lot of work to do for the field to catch this young lady. She came out of the blocks very quickly indeed to put two good scores, well, one good, one excellent score on the board. And Sophia Brock, can she hold on to that second place? She's having a little look at this smaller wave, just going to let that one run through. And we can see a little bit of a crumble just starting to appear on the face of the wave as we round out the heat. And there it is, Leah Miller, she's your under 16s 2022 Scholastic New Zealand Champs competition, and what a title. She's taken out the win. Impressive surfing there from Leah.
We see a couple of the team there from Tamaki Makoto turning around, showing off the Auckland Scholastic Surf Champs hoodies there. I think that's what's cool too, is like you alluded to it with the Northland team when you came down. You're right, I always wonder if Northland bought an extra 20 hoodies and handed it out to like supporters.
Hey, do you want a free hoodie?
Yeah, well, just like a few of the locals, hey, why not represent? Like,
totally.
But I think that's cool. Like, you see the kids, like a lot of these kids, some of the kids have individual sponsors and what have you, but this is a week where none of that matters. It's a team thing, and you put on that team hoodie and you're here to like be a part of something bigger than yourself.
Jack Tyro on his backhand there, just going under, but trying to get his heat underway.
Yeah, he Whakarirari, I definitely said that wrong. Whakarirari, the bailed over the front of the board on that one. And here we see Leah Miller though making her way up. Look at that. Oh, I think it's just sunk in as she hits the water. Look, she's seen the team walking down, the smile, the pearly white. She is happy with that, and I think that's a testament to her form, just coming through in these last couple of years in the Grom comps.
So cool. After a big week here in Taranaki, she gets raised aloft, and so she should. She surfed so well in that final, and the tradition of being put on the shoulders with your board behind you.
It's great to see her teammates perking her up, carrying her up, celebrating their champion. She's used to the old black sand West Coast action, but here we go though into the boys. This is Tava Santoric. Oh, looking spicy on that one.
Yeah, staying so nice and low, just snaps that backhand turn. And out the back, Nate Florence gets his backhand turns going out on that left-hander. And this is where it kind of runs into a bit deeper water, but this one still maintaining a bit of energy. Puts in 3 turns. That will certainly get his score going for the week. And good whack there from Jack Tyro, who's had a wonderful 2022. Remember back in January, he took out, the junior longboard, under 16s, and another title.
Yeah,
Did
2
take
or
out
3.
3 titles?
Yeah, I think it was. The junior, the longboard, the juniors, I think it was one of the other age divisions. I'll have to do some homework.
Yeah.
But you're right, he's been on an absolute tear in the last couple of years. Then he travelled overseas and was in Byron, placed in the logger, the old school logger event over there. A phenomenal talent. Tava Santoric, look, I'm biased. He's from, I see this kid surf every day at home in Papamai, and he absolutely shreds. Nate Florence, good friends of the family, the Florence family from here in Taranaki, and Nate had just the heat of his life yesterday, under pressure, pulled out a massive 7.75 in the semi-final to make his way ahead of the final today. He's kind of relying more on the hooded upper there, the cut back. That wave just not quite standing up enough for him, so kind of cutting back, trying to keep. But again, it'll be a nice kind of what I call a building score. I feel like that's not going to creep into that sort of good, excellent range, but it's going to be that little base for him to settle into. So we see the under-16 boys final, 21 minutes still remaining. So there's Ezekiel Wiper in the blue, Jack Tyro, of course, representing Canterbury in the white, Tava Santorik out there in the red rims. Now we see Ezekiel up and riding as well.
Busting some fins out. Beautiful finishing manoeuvre, and he's still going, pumping his way through. But we have Leah Miller, very happy Leah Miller, who's just come in from the win. How does that feel?
Really good, yeah. It was a good comp. Yeah. It's a fun.
Yeah, so good. So 2 years ago, you took out the under-14s.
Yeah.
We didn't have this competition last year, so essentially retaining your title now into the under-16s.
Yeah, pretty stoked.
Yeah. So you're, what, year 11 now?
Yeah, year 11.
So you've got a perfect record at Scholastic so far. You've won every time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No pressure, but a bit of pressure.
Let's keep that going for the next 3 years.
Yeah.
So let's talk us through the heat, because you came out real hard with two pretty awesome waves to kick it off.
Yeah, there was like a set at the beginning, and I just managed to get 2, which was kind of my plan, get 2 early, and then I just kind of just kept going through my heat. It kind of felt like it slowed down a bit throughout the heat, but yeah, pretty fun.
Yeah, it did. Now, yesterday was the opposite. We had much bigger waves on a point break. Here we got fun conditions at a beach break.
Yeah.
What do you prefer? The
point.
The big point?
Yeah, I definitely prefer the points, but I still heaps of fun out there, but yeah.
Yeah.
You're just like, you're still out of breath, mate. Hey, it was hard work, even despite it being 2 foot out there. Hard work.
Yeah, it's pretty small, so not like crazy hard to get out, but I always get a little bit tired.
Oh, mate, you're working hard out. There's plenty of waves been, caught, plenty of mahi in the ocean. I was talking earlier on while we were watching your heat about paddling out and seeing you out in that free surf at Stent pumping the other night, and how I wanted to stop and say to you how stoked I was on your surfing this season, and it's epic.
Thank
you. Like I've said, you've been in form, you've been a standout surfer, just even in the free surfs, but in those earlier rounds, and for you to come here and make it count at the grand finals. What does that feel like for you?
Feels really good. It was a super fun week, just being able to free surf and also get really pumping waves and have a good week. Yeah, felt good.
Now, without giving away a secret spot here on the coast, now we've surfed competitively at Fitzroy, Back Beach, Stent, and we're back here at Back Beach. Best spot of the week, outside of the contest spots, what's been your best surf spot this week that you've tapped into?
Maybe like graveyards. Yeah, probably left point breaks. I like them. Yeah.
Giving all the secret knowledge away.
No, graveyards are safe.
Yeah, it's not a secret, is it? So you're based in Piha, and what does sort of your training look like for surfing? This is always an interesting question. Is it just surfing, or do you back it up with some other sort of fitness to get yourself ready for the waves?
Yeah, mostly surfing, and then kind of just the whole conditioning and stuff in between. But yeah, sometimes I've done some stuff with woodies before, and yeah, mostly surfing though, I'd say.
Jump on the skateboard at all?
Oh yeah, a couple, not that much, but the odd time.
Yeah, awesome. Well, you put on a great display. Yeah, it was very cool for us watching your waves from here. So
thank you.
Go and celebrate well, and looking forward to you coming back next year and reclaiming the title.
Yep.
No pressure. No pressure.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you, Leah.
Well done, Leah.
Thank you.
And there we see scenes of her coming up the beach, getting the high fives as her crew comes and collects her. As we see the boys out there, Tava Santorik has the lead at the moment, but it's close surfing with 17 minutes remaining. Ezekiel Wiper from Tairua in 8.05, Jack Tyro with a 7.75, and Nate Florence 4.75. He's your Taranaki local in this heat, the under 16 boys. And Santorik, is that any relation to another well-known
It is indeed an iconic family. In fact, son to Leon Santoric, past multiple national finalists. I actually was texting Knowles the other night, just sending a couple of screen grabs of Tava as he was going throughout the week. Leon was already tuned in on the liveheats.com and watching the scores, but it was cool to see that, you know, that proudness in him. But the best thing Leon said to me was like, damn it, I made plenty of finals, but I just couldn't get one. Like, and Tava, that was over the weekend. Tava Santoric was actually our under 16 boys winner in the O'Neill Taranaki Grom Comp. So I was elated for Tava that he's been almost the same. He's been constantly in finals for years, but to finally take the winning one, and I think he's carried that confidence and performance into it. So I know Dad was pretty stoked. He's now too Jess Santoric, his auntie. So Leon's sister, Tava's auntie, lives here in Taranaki and has done for the last couple of years. The family hails from Raglan, so a big shout out to
coming through, but closing out the bay. Sorry, carry on.
No, a big shout out to George Santoric as well. He's Tava's grandfather, but used to be one of our Surfing New Zealand officials. He just celebrated his birthday the other day. So George, if you tuned in, I know you will be watching Tava right now. So happy birthday for the other day, legend. But yeah, the whole family, like you'll find, I mean, like in any sport in any country, I guess around the world, they'll have those family roots to it. That you know, that the whānau that get around and I guess it becomes less about the sport and more about just the passion that the whānau enjoy, and it's definitely, you know, a testament to Tava being out today, is that he was growing up around surfing with George and bringing Leon and Jess through the realms. They all did the Grom Comps back in the day. They got into national level. They became, I remember doing a Portugal trip with Leon over to the ISA World Games many years ago. You know, it's a family dynasty as such. It's a lineage of fine servers and great people. So Tava out there today, I mean, representing himself, representing the Bay of Plenty, and representing the Santoric name. Yeah. So, you know, it's no pressure on the kid, but he'll be kind of feeling some of that, going, man, I'm here to, like, represent. Tava is such a cool kid. He's quirky as and funny as. When he won the other day, he got carried on the beach. Normally, you know, kids are smiling and cheering, but deliberately Tava just sat dead still, crossed his arms.
So cool.
But I know it means he'll sort of downplay it, but I know it means a lot to him. Quietly, I noticed on his Insta, he normally doesn't share much about the comp stuff. He just shares being a Grom, but I noticed that he's put up a couple of results and that, and I was like, it means a lot to him, despite what he might portray. Here we see, though, Nate Florence.
Yeah, just a little replay. Making the most of a pretty foamy wave, but getting in two good turns on that one.
Yeah, well, again, Nate, you know, like the family are involved here within the Taranaki sort of surfing, up there with New Plymouth Surf Riders, active members of the surfing community here in Taranaki. Both Claire and Luke, big supporters of Nate and the other siblings and their surfing. So it's great. Nate, again, has been one of those ones who's been sort of always been a great consistent surfer, but has always sort of fallen at the hurdle of the semi-finals or something like that. I was watching him the other day, and I'd stepped out of the MC booth on the beach and was going, he needs this just to build some confidence. Here we see Jack Tyro. Look at the way he's just throwing the board, the energy Jack is trying to bring to his surfing here.
And I love the way he started off with that good first move as the wave was standing up, but he didn't give up there. He still fit in three more waves as it got to kind of knee height, still turning well and generating that energy. So cool to see Jack on form here. He's had a great 2022, as we say. Look at that first turn.
Oh, huge first turn. The Ihu Kopopa, the nose of the board just driving out the top of that wave. Kind of making a point to the judges like, bang, I'm out here, mate. Keep an eye on me. I'm going to throw down something good for you.
So expect that one to improve his standing up to 7.75. That's 6.5. And here we go. Tava Santoric busting out the fin, spinning. But doesn't ride out of that, unfortunately. But showing he's in that. Oh, look at Jack. So that was an 8.0. That one turn, backed up by that good energy on the smaller part of the wave, got him into the excellent range. So really good sign there from the judges saying that don't give up after that critical part of the wave. Ride it right through and maximise your scoring potential. So Jack Tyro moves into the lead. But of course we saw this young man.
Yeah, Tava here on the Bailey's replay, just kind of trying to realise that it was going to be a short little section and thought, hey, look, I'll try something a bit different for the judges rather than just a stock standard Rio. But managed to kind of get the rotation, but just the fins catching there and getting pushed over. No, no harm, no foul, really. You've got the 6 locked in, the 6-7-5. The whole idea is to just build on those scores. If you take off, you want to be trying to slow your wave count down now and look for waves of more opportunity. If you happen to use your priority to take the wave and you go, damn, okay, I don't think it's going to run like I thought, but I've got to go for something. Tava can do his. If he gets given the opportunity and the chance, definitely can. So can Jack.
And we've got this light little onshore. It's sort of switching, isn't it? Sometimes it's off, sometimes it's like on. It's still pretty clean, which means we've got nice open faces, but potentially that little drop in the wind will allow for guys to go aerial a bit more. As we see Nate Florence, bottom turns, nice little maneuver off the top, and I like that second turn, then a little foam climb to finish, so stringing together 3 turns.
Yeah, that first turn is a little bit under the lip line, but then that second one you can see he drove into the bottom turn better and really sort of pushed it through the lip of the wave, the Tuatea.
So Tava Santoro having a look at this one, and it's peeling nicely, but Ezekiel has priority, so he will hope to get his scoreboard happening a little bit more, and there are 2 good turns on that quick left-hander. So very tight for 3rd and 4th, but that big battle for 1st and 2nd. We had Tava in the lead for most of the heat, for 15 minutes of the heat, and then Jack came storming through with that 8.0, that big hack on that right-hander, and then rode it all the way through to the shallows.
Look at it again. Look at the numbers. The overall heat totals, 14.5 to 12.75. So, I mean, Nate Florence with the 9.3 and then Ezekiel with the 9.25 right close there, sort of battling it out at this stage in that sort of 3rd and 4th. But even those scores are solid. You know, there's no 2s or 3s. It's all in that sort of average to high average range. Here we see a replay of Jack Tyro. Just, you can see the energy he's bringing. Look, that wave's barely knee high.
Yeah.
But he's
impressive.
Fully throwing the board around, putting the fins through it.
And is that just because he's been able to conserve that momentum that he had, you know, off those 2 first good turns, but he's still got the power. He hasn't let that speed go.
Yeah, you're sort of throwing everything you can into the turn, but also then, as you come out of the turn, pushing with the wave and letting the wave help you drive and come out with momentum, you know, and that's driving speed into that next section, especially as the wave tapers down. I mean, I could roast him and say it's because he's used to being in Christchurch and surfing small, soft surf, and all my Christchurch mates down there, they'll know I'm just giving them a bit of jest.
And they'll come back at you with something about Papamoa.
Indeed. In fact, I mean, that was one for the sponsors, Jack Tyro there, throwing the board out, the big Exit Surf sticker on it. I know all the Exit Surf crew down in Christchurch. They are a sort of wholesale retail supplier of surf gear in the region in Christchurch and Canterbury, and they are massive supporters of surfing in Canterbury. But I know full well that I hope all the Exit crew are all tuned in. I know they will be. Hugh, Ben, all the crew, all the team down there, Kerry, massive supporters of surfing in the region, of all the junior surfers. Yeah. It's kind of like a rite of passage that if you start to hit your straps, Exit Surf, they'll end up being a sticker on the board, somewhere on the board, and they are just happy to be. They're just surfers. They're just core surfers. But to all the crew down in Christchurch, yeah. I mean, I know Jack is. I mean, that's why not only is he an amazing shortboard surfer, he's a phenomenal longboarder as well. I mean, I give them grief about how terrible and soft the surf is down there, but let's be honest, they've had a way better. I've been talking to Hugh the other day, and they've had a phenomenal run as well.
I've seen some good footage coming through from the pier there. Some nice little runners coming through.
Oh yeah, Taylor's Mistake, New Brighton, the whole coastline is Sumner, of course. You know, it's they've had some phenomenal waves this year. So Jack, I think, has had the perfect kind of home ground sort of training regime going on, and it's not anything too technical. It's just he's had so many good waves and so many days to surf, and he's brought that to both. I think quite often a lot of guys will kind of focus on one or the other. The amazing and epic thing about Jack is he's brought his A game to both disciplines.
And I've got a lot of respect for anyone who surfs down in Te Waipounamu. It's chilly, man. Anyone who's done that road trip, even in the middle of summer, you know, you get down south of Dunedin there and you're like, wow, this is a new level of cold that I didn't know existed. Yeah,
I did a little mission a few months ago, kind of at the start of winter, as such, thinking I'll beat the worst of it. But, you know, took the family down and we cruised along. Took my kids first time to get down to a fair chunk of the South Island anyway, but obviously stopped off in Kaikoura so old Dad could get a couple of waves. The kids were just fizzing on pretty much getting to Hampton Springs and having a day at the pools. But of course, yeah, got over to Chicha, and it's such a beautiful spot down there. They've just, I mean, they have just miles and miles of golden sand coastline. They're lucky. There's plenty of little reefs and corners and nooks and crannies to catch the swell as well. So, I mean, and that continues all the way down, like as you alluded to, all the way down to Dunedin as well. But it's so good, and those guys are just spoilt for waves. They certainly have been this year anyway.
They are. They tell us stories about it being super sharky down there in the Catlins, but I think that's just to scare us North Islanders away. Make sure we don't hop on the ferry and come and join them.
To be fair, the water temperature and the seals do a pretty good job of that anyway.
Yeah, that's true. We live in a beautiful, beautiful country, Aotearoa. It's just stunning. The variety of surf we've got from the subtropical north right down to the subarctic south and everything in between. Point breaks, beach breaks, and it's great. You can always find some waves somewhere that aren't too crowded. Now, someone who has found a wave with no one on it is Tava Sontoric as he goes to bust the backside air, but ends up eating a little bit of foam, a little bit of a surfboard hitting him in the face. So hopefully he's all right with that one. But that's often par for the course. As soon as you go to the air, you can expect the board to be coming back you at a rate of knots.
You've always got an idea of what you're trying to do. Well, this is what people who can do ears tell me, because I don't know. But yeah, you've always got an idea of what you're trying to do. But of course, you're kind of at the liberty and the whim of Mother Nature once you get airborne. But here we see Jack Tyro. Just two beautiful turns. You could see that third one. He realised it was about to shut down. Tried really quickly to fit that third last one in. Worth the attempt. It's not going to hurt your score. The judges aren't going to bring your score down because you didn't make the third. It's still about scoring what he did, not what he didn't do. If that makes sense to people at home. So yeah, there's no harm in going for that third turn. You might as well try and fit it. If you can get it up there and ride back out of it, you'll be rewarded for it. But that nice first setup turn, and this one, just look at the weight over the back of tail. Look, nearly drives the nose under and then just counterbalances it with the weight. You can see that one. The wave was almost shutting down on him.
You know, most surfers just ride it out there because it's shut down. And I'm too late, but he goes for another one, spots a little opening and goes for one more turn.
So, I mean, now we can see great footage there from the drone of Nate Florence making his way out the back. But Nate now kind of in that realm of, look, probably really chasing a very high good, if not excellent score. So he is going to be looking for something solid to bring this home in the final. We've had Whiringa Toa Rua Tikau Ma Rima Minti. 25-minute heats. We're down into the last 4 minutes of this. And look how busy these guys still are. No one's given up.
And Jack Tyro splitting the peak, I should say, and going to the air. Jack, he's feeling like he's got that lead and he's got that 8 in the bag, so willing to get the fins out. And here's the replay of Tava on that backhand, good backhand turns and trying to spin out of that one.
Yeah, looking lively. I love the fact that even those guys, two servers, are kind of, let's say they've got one hand on the trophy at this stage. They've both got some pretty solid scores, and the pressure really is on that sort of, on Nate and Ezekiel really come kind of through with something excellent to steal it off them at this point. Here we see Ezekiel just trying to get some momentum.
Oh, beautiful, going to the air. Feeling it going right on his forehand. Doesn't ride away from that one.
But yeah, we could see here, we see on the National Scholastics replay, Ezekiel, the right idea. You could see him starting to try and build some momentum. He realised, look, if I get a little run here and that section's going to come back to me now, I've got that little sea breeze kicked up now, so it's definitely a better wind for the air. With the offshores, as you get airborne, of course, it can push your board away from you. You can't really sort of keep your board underneath your feet to land it. Now with this light sea breeze, it can just kind of hover your board there with you. So Ezekiel thinking about it, understanding it, reading the conditions and starting to go, look, the judges are going to want to see that excellent wave for me. As we see, look, all the groms frothing, parked up on the rocks.
Loving it. It's a cool little amphitheatre here with the rocks, and then above that you got the cliffs where you can watch from the car park. But here goes Jack, just spying something out to the right. Nate Florence up. No, just pulls out the back of that one.
Now, I'm not sure what the priority was with that situation. Now, this is where, for Nate, you've got to be a little bit careful. Although with 2 minutes to go, you kind of got to go for anything. With that priority, if it was your priority, you want to really wait and try and hope you get that one wave. If you want a big air, you've got to wait for the air. Sometimes you'll see servers just go, I've got priority. And with 5 minutes to go or 2 minutes to go, even though they know it's sitting in third and they need something magic, they would drop anchor, literally just park up, pull the handbrake and go, I have priority. I will wait for the best set to come, and then I'll just go to work on that. But the risk is, of course, if that set does not come in the next 2 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever it might be, they're going to lose. But you'll see the ones who are just like the mental fortitude to hold stock and go, I'll drop anchor, I'm going to wait for a set. I need a good wave. I need to go nuts. Or the flip side of that, perhaps more like Nate is right now, going, I'm just going to stay active. I'm going to just stay in my zone and keep busy. Under priority, I'll try and find that score.
And now look, with 1 minute remaining, there's a bit of action, bit of paddling going on.
This is when the tactical nature of priority will work. Jack and Tava, both 1 and 2. Now, who has the priority?
So Ezekiel must have had it there. We'll have to wait and see.
I hope so.
There.
Otherwise, he.
Yeah, Blue definitely had it. We're just seeing the priority signs get shuffled around there. So as you saw, 2 surfers having to pull out, leave it to Ezekiel.
So he knew the right thing, right? You could see both Tava and Jack fighting for that wave out the back, but Ezekiel went, it doesn't matter which one of you goes. I've got the priority. This is my opportunity to really lock in a score I need to jump up and ideally take the win. We're inside the last 30 seconds now, so it is. So there we see Ezekiel improves his situation, now jumps up into third with a 4.65. But again, unfortunately not enough to really push up into that first position. Nate Florence, though, this kid has just been outstanding this week, and it's still a win for the young Grom from Taranaki. It looks like as we count this one down, Toru Ruatahi, that is the end of the under-16 boys grand final. Look, Tava Santora, despite second, losing the final as such, already just having a bit of fun with Jack, splashing him.
There we go.
Bit of good-natured, light-hearted fun with his mate. Just going, mate, epic. You surf so well. I'm just stoked to be out here with you.
So good. So there he is. Jack Tyro adds to what has been just a phenomenal 2022, taking out the juniors at the Nationals back in January on the West Coast and the longboard junior title. And here he is claiming the under-16 Scholastic title here in Taranaki. And we move straight on into the under-18s women's final. This is the big one. We've got 2 more heats in this week long of surfing, and this is the big one for the under-18 women, under-18 men, as he body surfs it on through. Tava Santoric just riding that wave into shore for the final time. There he is, gets the cap on his head, claims the national title. Like a trophy in the cabinet.
So you see the X there on the hat. That's the Exit Surf crew supporting him. So flying the flag straight away. Great to see, mutual support from the surfer to the brands, and then from those brands and the businesses that are actually they're owned by surfers and they're there to support surfing, especially in that Canterbury region, but all across Aotearoa. But that will be phenomenal.
Wonderful scenes, and look at that heat card there. Waves 2 and 4 for Jack with the keys, that big one where he just whacked that right-hander with that first turn and then rode it through with another 3 more turns. So that gave him the national title. He will add another trophy to the cabinet, which will be the Tyro family. I hope you've got a big cabinet at home because you'll need it. The mantelpiece will be getting a bit of a workout.
I think
those trophies that boy's racking up.
I think Dad Steve Tyro will be building a new mantelpiece. I might have to go around all 3 walls in the lounge. So a big shout out to the Tyro family. It's been a little while since I've seen them down south, just because I haven't got down there myself. But we know they'll be logged in here on Whakaata Māori, enjoying the live webcast, and no doubt they are ecstatic right now watching Jack take the win there. As will be the Canterbury team. Now, we've talked, Canterbury have always been in that mix of sort of top 5. They've been past champions over some of the other years as well. So these are going to be valuable points for the team. I'm just looking back. So it was Canterbury that we are reigning champs from 2020. Of course, unfortunately, 21 was cancelled with COVID, but Canterbury were kind of 2018, 2020, and then there hadn't been much, like way back into the archives. They were back there in... actually, I'm looking back in history, and it wasn't until 2018 Canterbury started taking the win at the National Scholastics. But of course, with 2018 and 2020, but now those valuable points from Jack's win could help them take out the 2022 overall team standings.
It's going to be very interesting how this team's competition come up, and I wonder if we can get Ben or one of the team to give us an update on how those points are now that we're into the 2 final heats. As the girls get out there, and it's been a bit quiet. Anna Brock's picked up a good solid opener with a 5.75, but the other 3 have sort of just been twiddling their thumbs out the back here at Back Beach.
So again, this is what I love to see with this event. Under 18 girls grand final in the water underway. Anna Brock from Mount Maungawini representing Bay of Plenty up and riding. Anna has been a standout surfer for a number of years now. Again, come through the Grom Comp series, starts getting international events. Natasha Gouldsbury is just phenomenal. She's an outstanding talent, not only for Taranaki region, but for Aotearoa and, of course, for Kakarea Nauru Aotearoa, Surfing New Zealand. Liv Haysom, a solid competitor in a number of events as well. But for me, the cool thing is to see Sky Gundry from Whangarei representing the Northland crew out there in the green. She's a wild card for this final, and it will be just awesome for Sky just to be a part of this event. But also, how epic is it for the Northland team to have her out there in the grand final?
Now with us in studio, we've got Jack Tyro, fresh in from the water, fresh in from another national title. How does that feel, man?
Oh man, it's so sick, eh? I just want to thank so many people for helping me out and to help me get here. Shout out to the Canterbury team. Yeah, couldn't have done it without those guys, and yes, so happy, yeah.
So 2 years ago, you won the under-14 title, and so we talked about this with Leah just before, because she's got a perfect record now at Scholastics. So are you year 11? Does that mean you've got a perfect record as well?
So far, yeah. Hope to keep it going.
Yeah, no pressure at all. But talk us through 2022, because it's been a pretty stellar year for you. You started nationals back in on the west coast there.
Yeah.
Took out longboard and shortboard.
Yeah.
So what have you been doing this year? What's been making the difference?
Definitely like surfing with a lot more of my friends. The Tuaweta Classic, one of the longboard comps that's like started up with a few mates. They've really got me into longboarding and all that kind of sort. And yeah, with my shortboarding, so many mates from Christchurch just get me out there, and yeah, gonna die for this. Yeah.
Cool. What's your home break?
Sumner and Taylor's Mistake.
Choice.
Yeah.
Which is your favourite on the longboard?
On a longboard, it's got to be Sumner, but when it comes to shortboarding, definitely Taylor's. Yeah, for sure.
So, moment, you just tell me you've only... So how many years been longboarding then?
Like 2 years.
Dude, you're killing me. Seriously?
Yeah. Yeah. A few mates, like, when I was shortboarding, saw them longboarding, but I was like, oh, that's pretty cool, and gave it a try and loved it, so yeah.
I always thought... I mean, I've watched you on the shortboard for years now, and you're like, mate, you're an emerging talent, and you're killing it right now. But I always thought, maybe just on the weekends there's a lazy longboard. But I felt like you'd had a background in it for years coming through. But, dude, with what you've done in 2 years of getting into longboarding and such, to then go over, you were in Byron as well?
Yeah, went over to Aussie for a longboard comp, kind of like the single flamingo we have in New Zealand. And, yeah, it was so cool to see all the Australians logging and stuff. But also shout out to my dad, because he's also, like, he longboarded when I was a kid, and I wasn't really into it. But, like, I always watched him and all his mates, and yeah, he really helped me get into it too.
He's definitely stayed true to it for sure, mate. So I mean, it had to have some influence over you, and it definitely has. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure you finalled in the old male division, the logger over there in Byron.
I got in semis and open men's and second in the under 18 final.
Oh, so is that all?
Yeah, it's just that's all. Yeah.
Dude, you're kidding me? That's amazing, mate. So yeah, I just got second in the final, and I happen to. You're talking about. I mean. For people at home who don't, they're here watching this, and this might be their first look at sort of surfing in Aotearoa, but that Byron Festival is, I mean, you say, it's Aussie, but there's some of the best surfers in the world on a longboard turn up at that event.
Yeah, like a few of them on the WSL Tour and stuff, and it was so sick to see them surf and even surf against them and just see how I am against them, and yeah.
Yeah, that's my point. There was literally Harrison's spent a lot of time away now, but he is originally from Aussie. He's now only last week the world champ in longboarding, but the likes of Taylor, there's a multitude of them, but yeah, they are literally the guys that have created and are now world longboard champions. So, mate, you, after only 2 years on the log officially, have got right into that realm, and not only just been there with them, but you're actually competing and getting yourself in those finals, mate. It's epic to see.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
What's your plans going forward? Are you going to focus on either longboard or shortboard, or just keep going on both?
People ask me that question. My dad's always like, "What do you want to do?" I'm like,
can I do both?"
Yeah, that's the plan. Just try to do both for now and see where they both take me.
Yeah, I mean, at a place like Christchurch where you live, you may as well do both, right? To maximise your days in the waves.
Yeah, we don't normally get swum much, so it's good to have longboarding, just sitting there, just take it out whenever. But yeah,
choice. Well done. We just had the replays up on screen. Before you go, I have to ask how that right-hander felt, because that first turn was juicy.
Yeah, it felt good, definitely. And I don't know, the waves are so good out there. I was just stoked to get a good one. Yeah.
Awesome.
What's been your highlight of this week in the Naki region? I know we started off with the O'Neill Taranaki Grom Comp, but with the Scholastics that kicked off on Monday, we've been at Fitzroy, the town beach as such. We've been here at Back Beach as a bit of a backup venue, and then we've had we were given the blessings to head down the coast and of course get to savour some of the true delights of the Taranaki coastline. But for you, what's been your standout sort of session, free surf wise, this week?
Well, we thought it was going to be at Graveyards yesterday. Someone said it was going to be at Graveyards, so we went and having surf there, and that was an amazing wave. Barrels on the rights, perfect lifts. Yeah, that was definitely, I think, my best session.
Everyone's loving Graveyards today. My secret's out.
Yeah, well, it was. I mean,
never going to get it to myself again.
I think we were kind of hoping to be there because we knew how good that wave could be. But with that really strong wind at Stent yesterday, you knew it was going to be on for the afternoon. So, well, mate. Well, look, you get to go out now, enjoy, celebrate with the Canterbury team, and do you know how you're going in the overall team standings?
I'm not too sure, but I hope we win.
I think you're pretty close right now, and I dare say your final result's going to help them. Good work, legend. Congratulations, mate. You're the 2022 National Scholastic Surf Champ.
Good stuff, Jack.
That's it, mate. Well, awesome. The Canterbury team are out there. They're waiting on him. Get back out there, buddy.
Yeah, got
Great
the crew
to see you
here. And we've had some action while we've been chatting here out in the water. We saw Natasha Goldsberry from Taranaki surfing very well. A lot of these girls having to deal with some of these onshore conditions, but some of these waves just shutting down a little bit on the high tide. So if you can get an open face, you've definitely got to make the most of it and give it a good old whack with those turns. But it is close here. We're 15 minutes into the final for the under-18s, and just as we speak, the scores come through from the judges. Natasha Goldsberry moves into first place. This is the hometown hero on 11.10, but there's Liv Haysom with a nice backhand hack off the lip, and she rides away, so that will definitely improve her position. Let's get a look at this replay. Look at this, great technique, getting nice and high, rides down with the lip.
So you can see that perfect in the slow-mo replay there, the action of coming through that and just compressing, like kind of crouching down as she rode out of that turn to sort of bring that lower centre of gravity and make a point of making sure she rode out of that turn, gets that higher score opportunity out of the judging.
And when you do ride down with the lip like that, it feels so good.
Yeah.
You sort of ride away with it, with that feeling like, I'm Kelly Slade.
Yeah, it's that. Is it the cool thing? You're like, yeah, I got that. Like it is. I don't even know.
It feels good.
I don't know how to put that in a worded term, but it is. It's like this thing. You're just like, yeah, that feels good. Like it's just it's a little cool stroke on yourself.
Well, the beauty of surfing is you have these moments where you and Tongaro are one. You know, you are one with the ocean, where you both feel like you're doing the same thing. You know, and where you do pull off that move. For me, that's very rare. But for these surfers out in the water right now, it's almost every other wave. So this is close conditions here. We've got Natasha Goldsberry just out in the lead, but Liv Haysom not far behind in second place. Anna Brock not too far behind her. Sky Gundry looking to get her heat underway with just one wave for her so far.
So it looks like in the interlude there as well, I've managed to get Ben Kinnings, our CEO of Surf New Zealand and contest director here. He's giving me a little teams update. So for everyone tuned in from home, like I said, we've got the 12 regions represented here at the National Scholastics, but right now, and I believe that's kind of this top three is kind of going to be the ones who are going to fight out to take it out. So in third, and as Jack was saying, his points are going to help. In third are Canterbury at this stage, so they're going to be really holding on to those points from his win. And well, look, no one from Canterbury in this final, so I'm not sure about the next one. We'll see. But in second, I think they were sitting about sixth yesterday, so they made a big comeback.
Wow.
As Tamaki Makoto, the Auckland crew. But right now you can see Liv Haysom out there in the blue. She's out there representing, of course, well, it says PR, but of course the Auckland team. And right now, at the moment, it is Bay of Plenty in first. So I guess for Anna Brock, she's out there in the white. She's from Mount Maunganui and here representing the Bay of Plenty region. So for her, a win in this, not only amazing for herself, but will help cement that first position for her Bay of Plenty team.
So it's really close between Natasha and Liv here because they're both sitting on fours. So they want to get rid of those fours and replace them with ideally something in the sixes. And Natasha, this has got to help that. Can she make another turn on this? But they were two good opening turns on that wave. Wave really opened up for her. It was nice and clean as well. I've seen a few of these waves with the onshore just shutting down a little. Liv not quite connecting with that first turn, so getting the better of that exchange was Natasha. So you got to think, if anything, it will improve the locals' position. Sky, now she's had a bit of a tough work with it, with just those waves that are just shutting down a little bit. So again, that won't help her out. Trying to get her heat underway. We've got 11 minutes left to run. This is it for these girls after a week of surfing. This is the last 10 minutes remaining.
It all comes down to this as we see it's Anna on the replay here. You can see now with the waves. Now before, when we first started this morning, it was quite clean. It was offshore. The waves are effectively groomed by the wind coming off the land and out to sea. But now you can see it's pooky, bit choppy, bit messed up. Now, it's kind of, normally we'd be like, oh, is that the sign of an onshore coming? But it actually is. Today is the first day in the Taranaki region. This week I've been in a t-shirt. I finally, before I was like, I'm overheating in the puffer.
Started in the puffer, down to the t-shirt.
But wow, it is
beautiful
hot.
Surfing there from Liv. Sorry to interrupt.
No, mate,
but
hot on land and hot in the water.
Got a good hoot from the shore. So there we go, Liv finishing off that wave really strongly, just tagged the end section of that wave, and she needed to because the heat is starting to get away from her. So two sort of set-up turns, and then it was that big one to finish off as the wave just closed out. She made sure she sent some buckets into the sky with that one.
Yeah, called paka. Nice carving manoeuvres on those first two turns. Kind of just keeping that rail-to-rail momentum going, keeping the speed, the flow, and then really cracking that third and final turn. So for the judges, she's kind of, meeting lots of the criteria, the speed, the power, the flow.
Nice from Anna.
So this is going to be, I feel like there's going to be some game-changing waves. That one from Liv in particular, even Anna Brock on the strength of it, even though it's the single manoeuvre, the strength of it. We've seen, up to the good range, the 6-point sort of scores been thrown for single manoeuvres if the quality of the manoeuvre is there. So as I said earlier on, for anyone who's sort of tuned in and joining us here today at Back Beach here on Whakara Māori, it's not about like adding scores together as such. You can't just go out and get 12 standing waves and get ones on each and you get 12. They get a max. Well, now with the final, they can catch as many low waves as they like, but it's only their best 2-wave scores they'll keep. Those are added together to create their total. But from a judging point of view, it's about quality, not quantity. So yes, the more turns you can do on the wave, the more opportunity you have, but it's the quality of those turns. I can do 10 of my mid-face weave soft turns and get a 2.5, literally for 10 turns.
Yeah.
Natasha Gouldsbury, Liv Haysom, Anna Brock or Sky Gundry pal out, do one single manoeuvre, but the quality of it would deem them to score a 6-point right off the judges. So to put together a number of quality manoeuvres is going to score very well.
And look, we've had a change in the standings.
Here on the pure athletic replay.
Liv Haysom with that great wave and that final move. So Liv Haysom, she'll move up to 12.9. Natasha Goldsbury, she's just nudged out of the lead with that 12.75. Still plenty of time, plenty of action still to come. And how close has it been between these two? They both want it. Is it just going to come down to who wants it the most?
Indeed. Well, and I mean, 8 minutes to go. Still got plenty of time in the sense of there's been consistent little sets coming through. So, you know, neither one of these girls is going to give up easily now, especially, and I think especially now for Liv, it'll be the confidence. That 6.9 locks in. You're like, I've got the highest single wave score. Okay, my backup is a 6. It's still a good wave. Yeah. I know Natasha's got 2 that are slightly better than that, but I still have her on that high one. So all I've even got to do now is match one of her scores, and I'll just stay ahead of her. It becomes a tactical thing. If she's thinking it, she might just be thinking, I'm going to keep paddling. I'm going to find a wave. I'm going to do as much as I can. It depends on what mind space they might get into.
Sky Gundry up and running on her backhand. And again, she's been unlucky with those left-handers just not opening up for her. But here we go. Natasha has a little look at this. Does she have priority? She does. Is it going to stay open for her? It shuts down for her as well. So,
the Kati Mai, the closeout, the dreaded closeout. You take off, you think it's going to stand up, and it just runs away and closes out on you.
Now Liv Haysom, she's up and running. She finds open face. Good opening turn, another good turn. What's it got on the inside for her? Does it have enough speed and power to give her anything to finish? She's pumping, and just over that little rock that's just on the inside there. So she will finish that wave.
I think her mind didn't give out, her legs gave out on her then.
It's hard work pumping. Anyone who's done it, it's like you're doing sort of squats, just trying to get over those flat spots in the wave.
The lactic acid in the thighs just builds up to a breaking point there. So, now look, now that is uncharacteristic for Natasha. That's a surfer under pressure. Now Natasha is normally pretty calm, pretty collected in her serving. This from Liv Haysom. That first turn was so good. That'll be well rewarded from judges. That second one, a beautiful carving turn in the pocket. Now, no harm, no foul here. She's stuck with it. This is not going to drop her score at all. Okay, the downtime, not ideal. To be fair, her score, she could have got off after that second turn and the score will be exactly the same.
Yeah.
But the judges aren't going to pull away from the overall score because she carried on. She saw that there might be a little bit more opportunity to finish it with a third one, even if it was smaller and softer. But she will definitely be rewarded for those 2 really nice turns.
So Liv Haysom, she has improved her position. So just inching away from Natasha Goldsbury, the hometown girl, with 5 minutes remaining. Rima Miniti, and we are clocking down the clock here in the under-18s final.
Yeah, beautiful work. Nice rail work there. Nice cow of the rails. Using the rails of the surfboard there from Liv. That first one was right in the lip, sort of pushed the back of the tail around, but the second one, she realised the wave had flattened out a bit, so got on rail, brought the board around, and then that's why she had enough momentum to even stay and look for that third section. So I think she's riding a Cam's End. So Liv, sort of from Piha originally, spent a lot of time down there at the Raglan Surf Academy. So a big shout out to Larry Fisher, Laz, and the team there at the Raglan Surf Academy. A lot of these junior surfers, how cool is it? There's a high school that's based around surfing. So they do all the academic work, but they surf every single day on the points of Raglan. Here we see Natasha Goldsbury up and riding.
Yeah, this is key. So here she goes. Good turn off the lip. Gets another one. What has this wave got to give Natasha? She needs a good score on the board to inch herself back into the lead. That was a good wave. Will it replace that 6.35? You've got to think that's 3 good solid turns on that one. That's got to be up there. But it is so close, so hard to separate Liv and Natasha on these left-handers.
So here we see on the Bailey's replay, through the lip on that one. Now that for me it's the hoodie whakarungu, the bottom turn, key in that, generating more speed and momentum for her.
And there she just pumps, hoping that there'll be something left for that wave. She knows she's under pressure, but that was a good response.
The body
really
language.
Good response.
The body language. Normally Natasha would be sort of standing up, like owning the end of her wave. That was still surfed really well, but I feel like the body language she's showing already. Oh, look. And
Liv, she loved that one. Good closing maneuver.
And this is the difference. Liv is just, it looks like she's living in the moment, soaking it all up, and it's paying off for her. Locks in the 6.9, the 6.35. Here we see on the carbon farbing replay, up, quick to her feet. First little turn, and this one, yeah, sticks the nose of the board right through the lip line of the wave.
Love that, using her upper body to generate that torsion through your body and then whip the board around off the lip.
Yeah, that Camden,
Beautiful
so
surfing.
Mark Camden, based there in Raglan. So because Liv spends, was attending the Raglan Surf Academy, spends the time that's sort of doing her schooling there, is riding boards that have been based by Camden there in Raglan. So riding custom shapes. You know, I think at this level too, you kind of, a lot of the kids will get away from some of the generic shapes or random ones, and will start to work with a shaper.
Here goes Anna Brock going right this time on her forehand. That wave shuts down for her.
Yeah, that wave, a bit more of the old Cuddy Maya, the old closeout, just kind of, she sort of had that first little bit into it, but it really did just run away. And again, what we were saying, like just crumbly, what we call crumbly waves now. So the sea breeze, and I guess maybe just, you know, now we're kind of, what are we in real time? About 1:30 in the afternoon here at Back Beach. So the day has flown by. Now we see Natasha
on the clock now. Things are winding down in this under-18s final.
So look at that, Natasha. She did get a 6.6. She improved her overall standing. She had the 6.3 and a 6.4 before. She got the 6.6 on that last wave. Like I said, still a good wave, a good score. But I mean, it's 0.25, less than half a point is.
Yeah.
But you can see Natasha is worried. She's looking around. She's like, how much time? What priority have I got? Having said that, she's also being aware of what's going on and tactically looking around, going, what priority am I holding? How long have I got? So she's not worried about the overall result, should I say. She's just been mindful of, like, how much time have I got? Where am I with priority? Because that's going to fall into effect as to what she can do. So now it's about, hey, look, if Liv's got a higher priority than me, then I've got to be careful of that. If I've got a higher priority of her, I know I can take a set off her. And that's the key thing to be looking for.
So last weekend it was Natasha Goldsberry who took honours taking out the O'Neill Taranaki Grom competition, but this time, having finished third in that competition, Liv Haysom owns the podium right now, but we've got 40 seconds left to run in this final. Can Natasha pull something out of the bag? Could Anna Brock find a nugget to get on? Here we go, Sky Gundry going left. Finally she's got some open face. She'll be stoking on this. And a couple of little turns, she'll roll on into the inside. But here she goes, Natasha Goldsberry, 20 seconds. What's this wave got? It shuts down on her, and that will shut down her attempts on this title, meaning Liv Haysom will be our champion from Piha, from Tamaki Makaurau. And what will those points mean for the Auckland team? Liv Haysom will be the champion, the under-18 title. Look at her teammates running down to greet her at the water's edge.
That will be a huge win for Liv. It'll just be a massive feeling of elation for Liv. She's that person she's just gotten stronger and stronger in the last couple of years. She's she's started to get noticed. Like I said, with Coastline's wetsuits, we noticed her. We're like, hey, this kid's a talent to be supported and encouraged and nourished. But for her, that's a massive win. She's up against the standout surfer in that age category, Natasha Goldsberry. So that will be a phenomenal win for Liv, and one I know she will hold on to for many years to come. So
look
congratulations.
At that smile on the face. That won't fade away for a while. What a cool day in the water.
Now look
here
at this.
in Taranaki.
Watch this. Her fellow competitors, they actually said, look, no, we're going to carry up. Anna and Sky, all the girls are out there literally trying to beat one another in the competitive format. But right now, how epic is that to see in any sport? Cool. Her competitors lifting her up. They look pretty shaky, to be fair. They've all got pretty tired legs after that long 25
week of surfing. But up she comes up the beach. She will be claiming a national title here at the 2022 National Scholastic Surfing Competition. What a day in the waves.
Yeah, we see some of the parents. We got a shout out to all the parents, because behind the scenes, the kids have been here all week surfing, having a ball, competing. But behind the scenes, it's the parents, the coaches, the managers, the camp mums, the camp dads who have been like getting the kids up early, getting the van, making sure they don't leave their surfboards and gear behind, making sure they're well fed, getting to bed early, like doing all the right things. So big shout out to all those beautiful people behind the scenes.
And here we are up running for our final heat of the entire week. This is the under-18s boys final. We've got 4 surfers all contesting for not only the individual title but also trying to get those valuable points for their team. And talk us through this opening wave.
Boy, yeah, we just see the young man in red here. Like, I like that. He sort of weaved along the wave, got going, and then waited. And then as he saw the approaching tour tier, the lip of the wave projected the board through it and rode out cleanly.
So Joe Goodjohn getting on the board for the Bay of Plenty team.
There we go.
First
Look at
wave
that.
surf.
0.25 separating that first and second. So great. That's what you want to see in a final. A great battle, a great hustle.
So good. And look, I'm sure Natasha will be disappointed not to take away home the win, but she should not be disappointed about that surfing that she did out there. You can't control what the other surfer does on the wave, and she surfed a brilliant heat and just nudged for the win.
So here we see the under-18 boys final lineup. So yeah, John Goodjohn just got that first wave there. Tyler Perry, he's been a standout all week. We've already saw him, take out the semi earlier on. He's out there in the white. Tana Clapham again, the young man from Raglan in the green. And there we see Te Kofita out there representing the Northland crew. It was our honour to have his father Charles with us this morning to bring in the day. Welcome everyone here to Back Beach here in Taranaki. And here we go, the young fella out there ready to represent in the blue, flying the flag for his Northland region. So I wonder if these are going to be key points. Now, so for Liv winning that one, she was Tamaki Makoto, Auckland. Now, they were sitting in second on the overall standings. So I wonder if that's going to change things. But
This
of
is
course,
going to be really interesting, yeah.
we have one, obviously, surfer from Bay of Plenty, Joe. So if he can match those points maybe in this one, if he wins it, we're looking at. Otherwise, I mean, like we said, it was Canterbury in third. So the likes of Tyler Perry from Kaikoura, but representing Canterbury. Can he help bring his team home to be the overall team champions as well?
So we've got Joe Goodjohn. He's the one surfer to get on the board. And like we saw with one of our other finals, just the ocean going quiet for a few minutes to open up the heat. But I'm sure it will kick back into gear. We've seen these sets come through kind of in groups, almost sets of sets. But here we go, Te Kofita on his backhand, getting the absolute most out of that smaller wave going left, and Joe Goodjohn keeping busy on the right. So splitting the peak. And as we see here on the Apollo Projects replay, nice little forehand hack there, and Te Kofita from Northland, good foam climb, just, and we have coming into studio the winner of a very exciting heat, and she's got a big smile on her face, and so she said, Liv Haysom, congratulations. How do you feel to be national champion?
Oh my gosh, all the adrenaline's just like, I can't even think right now. It's how I hoped this comp was going to go, like it was, it's my last ever junior comp, and I was like, I just want to finish with a win, and I put everything I possibly could into that heat out there, and I'm so stoked.
And you had a lot of work to do because Natasha had a good couple of waves on the board right from the gun, but man, it was close, like 0.25.
Oh my gosh, so close, and I just know Natasha could do it, like she's like the queen of last minute waves, and I just didn't want to let her do it that time, it was my win.
Yeah, well done. Will you talk us through those remaining couple of minutes? Were you just looking at the ocean, just stay flat?
Oh, my heart was like beating out of my chest, and I just, just praying for no waves.
Yeah, well done. Now, what does this mean for you in terms of your high school career? Are you year 13? You're moving on to bigger and better things?
Yeah, this is my last Scholastics. I've done 3 before this because of COVID, but I've been through the whole 5 years of high school doing this, and it's such an awesome comp. And I next year I'm going to study, but I really want to keep my dream of surfing alive, and I think this might be the win that just kind of fuels that fire for me to keep going.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can't give up now. There's no way you can give up now.
Now, any shout-outs that you want to give back to maybe your school at home or surfing buddies who are not here, family, friends?
I would just like to thank my parents for everything they've done for me and my boyfriend back in Raglan. I would like to thank Dean and Larry at the Raglan Surf Academy for all of their help over the last couple of years. They've made such a huge difference in my surfing, and the whole Auckland team, it's been the best vibes ever in our team this week, and so supportive. And when you come off a wave and you hear them screaming from the beach, it just fuels that fire a bit more. And obviously my sponsors, Coastlines, Mark from Cameron's and Surfboards, and goodness gracious,
cool.
They've all been amazing. Awesome.
How did it feel to get your teammates put you on their shoulders and carry you up the beach? So cool.
So cool. Yeah. No, it's awesome. It's the best feeling. And I would just like to thank all of the girls who I've been competing against for the last 7 years, Anna and Natasha and Sky and Ava, and it's just been an honour to compete against those girls.
This whole week I've been mate, I've watched you come through all those juniors. I've been all the Grom comps and that stuff. I talked while the heat was on. I talked about how lucky I feel to have been a part of the Coastlines wetsuits journey in the last couple of years with you, and watching them support you and realise the talent that you had, and actually going, hey, look, it's time we supported her and helped. And I feel like the last 2 years you've just grown so much as a person and as a surfer, and for me that's like a special win for you. But also, aside to that, it's exactly that. I feel like all you girls, the coolest moment of that final was when you've come into the beach, you're beaming, smile, but straight away, Sky and Anna behind you, still in their rashes, literally the competitors you've just beaten in the final. Fair enough if they want to take a minute for themselves. They just put their boards down and grabbed you and lifted you on their shoulders. I was like, that means so much. To see that camaraderie amongst you girls, you're all out there pushing one another, but also the bond you can see there, just the laughter and the joy. I mean, how special is that?
Looks like you almost fell off the back.
Yeah, it was a bit of a rocky ride. It's so special. We've had countless finals with, me, especially me, Anna and Tash and Ava, who's not here. But, and it's just, we're competitors in the water, but we're always friends out of the water. We're always there for each other out of the water and having a good time, and so it's cool.
It is very cool, and it is time to have some more good times and celebrate you being our 2022 Under-18 Girls National Champion.
Thank you.
That's a cool way to end your school.
Thank you so much, Liv.
Yeah, well done.
It was epic to see how much that means to Liv Haysom. So
back to the boys. So we've got the under-18s final. We've got 15 minutes left to run in this heat as Te Kaupata just riding that left, and it's been some tough going. A lot of these waves shutting down on these boys, but we've also seen some good one-turn waves where these guys are just giving it everything to one turn.
I feel like I've seen Te Kaupata already grab 10 waves maybe. I don't know what the official wave count is now. Every time I look back I'm like, he's up again.
Staying busy.
So
so standing is at the moment, we've got John Goodjohn with that 10 points. So he's got a 6.5 and then a backup score of a 3.5. Tana Clapham just with one wave with a 5. And then Te Kaupata, he's got 4.75 with his best score of 3.25. So,
and we see Tana just staying busy as well. Young man in the green rash. He pretty lively second turn there, the first one, but more of a setup, trying to wait for the sort of the energy of the wave. He's actually, you could see him lying down the section. You go, I wonder if this is going to keep breaking for me, and it did.
Here's Tyler eyeing that one up. Little bit late to the lit, but it really didn't matter. Just threw everything at it and rode away. So
how's the hair flick claim on that one? That was epic.
So good.
We see Te Kaupata on the backhand. You'd see he held on. He realised as soon as he was coming out of the turn, he kind of went, he wanted to drive in for the second one and went, actually, no, the wave's just not going to do it for me.
And that's the case where if we had the hau whenua, the offshore breeze, we would be having the inside just standing up a little bit more, but just shutting down. And when it is onshore like this, it's a bit trickier to read, which makes it that bit more challenging. But this is those conditions where if you go out when it's, you know, small and onshore, go out and have those grovel sessions, then it pays off when you find yourself in a final, national title on the line, points for your team on the line. And if you've got that experience surfing 1 to 2 foot crumbly Tay Street or 1 to 2 foot crumbly New Brighton, wherever it is, that experience really pays off right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, more often than not, finals at most events can end up, and this is not even in Aotearoa. I've been all around the world, Portugal, Ecuador, around the islands, you know, like everywhere, and Australia and the whole lot. Like, I swear, 90% of the time in a surf event, the finals will be in what is pretty much the worst conditions you've had of the weekend or of the week.
Well, the day usually starts good, right? And then the sea breeze kicks in.
Exactly, and so it almost becomes that issue of, like, you've got to have done the time, the practice in all conditions. You can't just surf pumping 4 to 6 foot waves and get barrels every day and expect that to necessarily convert over to a contest.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. As surfers, that's all we want every day, all day. But the reality
you'd
is,
take it. You wouldn't go turn down the 4 to 6 foot for the 1 to 2 foot crumbly.
But I mean, even in a World Surf League at literally the pinnacle of World Tour, there are many times, and many days where the finals have been run in what they would consider subpar conditions.
Tana Clapham, good 2-turn combo.
Nothing subpar about the surfing on that.
Yeah, so small wave, but he really made the most of it. Good 2 solid turns, going left, sitting in, well, first equal, isn't it? So 2 5s. Now, how do we break up a first equal situation? Is it the best score?
If we did get to the end of the final when they were both sitting on those 10-point totals, it does go back to what they call a count back, and then is the highest single wave score early on. So in that instance, it would have been Joe with the 6-5 early. But here we see Tana. He's a tall kid, and he just projects himself across that. Interesting to note, he's staying on the forehand this time. We saw earlier this morning a few crews opting for the backhand surfing in order to try and help keep the board sort of more vertical. But on that one, Tana sticking on the forehand. He's goofy-footed, meaning left foot forward, and just opting to stay on the forehand there. Locks in actually the 5.5, so does just supersede that 5 he had already, and now puts himself in the first position. So I feel like he heard us talking about the countback and went, no, I'm not going to come down to a countback. I'll just make sure I win this clearly.
Take it outright. Yeah, so it's still early days in this competition, although the time on the clock says 11. Remember, we basically had no waves for the first 4 or 5 minutes. So in terms of actual time spent surfing, we're probably halfway through at this stage. So Tana Clapham, the man on screen there, wearing the Whakata Māori race heat bib in the yellow. It's
look
more
at
green, isn't it?
Oh, look at that. I was going to say, look at that. It's beautiful. The sort of Ponamo greenstone. Look at the waters here.
Yeah, out here on the west coast, it's always good when the water clears up. Often we have sort of murky conditions, especially after when you get that big southerly storm coming through. You get these strong offshores, and it often has a sort of murky tinge to it, just with the active nature of the waves. But when it's small like this and offshore, it's often just cleans up, and you get this nice blue water conditions. But here we go. We are down to the final 10 minutes. Te minutes left on the clock, and here we are. Joe Goodjohn, he's just been nudged into second place. He was having a look at that, but has to let Tana Clapham go, who is sitting in the lead at the moment. That wave just shutting down on the inside. Tyler Perry having a look. He's up and riding, going left. He's got a lot of speed. Good run off the lip, little foam climb.
He's been almost uncharacteristically quiet. Normally Tyler is the one who's out there catching a lot of waves and keeping busy, but he almost seems to have deliberately sort of stalled and waited for different sets. For this one, there we see Joe Goodjohn. Well, he started off well. He got that 6.5 right at the start of the heat within the first 30 seconds, but now he's just trying to find that backup he needs to kind of keep him in the lead. But it does appear to be at this moment it's Tana Clapham holding on to it. Here we see he's staying active as well, up and riding.
Smaller wave, having to do a bit of work to stay on it, but it just runs away from him, just trying to stay busy now that he's got that lead.
I don't even know how he caught that. The wave it was a swell, not a wave, and he just was already up and riding. So
that's the sort of the wave where us old fellas paddling along next to him, they're like, how the heck did you catch that thing? We're sitting like 4 inches deeper in the water.
With the board volume probably double what he's riding as well, which is even more of a worry. Here we see Tyler. Look at it. He just projects well. He builds speed out of that. And then, I mean, look at that. The wave had effectively closed out on him, but still with the speed he had carried, able to try and at least create a manoeuvre out of that as well, hitting the closeout section there.
And when we're talking about, practicing in less optimal conditions, that foam climb is something that you probably don't do much of in regular surfing. You sort of give up on the wave once it's shut down, but it's certainly something that you can just show the judges that you're in command of the board, in command of the wave, no matter what's happening with it. As we see on the clock, time is ticking for these other boys to catch up to our leader, Tana Clapham, Te Kaupata.
Oh, that was a spicy
really
turn.
Getting into that right-hander on his forehand. We haven't seen much of the right-handers in this heat. Speaking of which, Tyler goes right and nice backhand hack. Puts that board almost vertical. So nice when you've just only got room for one manoeuvre to see it just pulled off beautifully.
Yeah, you can almost see, I think, the effects of that fuller tide now as well. It's sort of slowed up the bigger sets. So these guys are actually trying to realise that actually there's not too much point sitting around waiting too long. Instead of waiting for the opportunity with a set wave, it's now about creating opportunity for themselves.
Look at that, gets the board straight up to the sky, pulls it round.
Avert Rio, like pretty much on that back end, and that's what we were talking about earlier, making a point of going on the back end and pushing that board so it sticks up at like 12 o'clock on the clock. Kind of that little, that little sign to the judges, like banging it. I'm here, my board is vert, I'm putting it all on the line, committing to the turn. Look at that, there we go, Tyler Perry locks in 6.5. So the judges, understanding it, seeing it and going, that was good surfing and we are going to reward it with a good score.
Yeah, so pushing things up. Also, Joe Goodjohn with that 6.5 as well. If he can shake that 3.55, he will definitely be in the action. So 6 minutes to run, it's definitely not over with Tyler still staying active.
Yeah, Taitia there, the lip of the wave. Again, Tyler just reading the wave so well, pushing and projecting through the lip.
What's Tana got out of Raglan? Knows how to surf a left-hander. And there we go, finishes it well. Great surfing from Tana. Feeling it out there.
Yeah, that's such a beautiful turn there from Tyler. But I feel like Tana is kind of he's starting to feel it and click into what he's feeling. He would see on the pure athletic replay, just a nice turn there, and then just projects, waits for the wave, and just absolutely cracks that second turn. So Naru Otoa, Wave Warrior. I feel like Tana's sort of clicking in, locking into that energy of being the Wave Warrior here today. And I feel like Tana quite often looks like he surfs amazingly, but he's so fluid, so smooth. He almost looks relaxed. It feels and it looks like Tana is really, he's showing the want, he's showing the desire in those turns now that he's willing to go, I really need to make a point of showing them how much I want this. So, and I know, he's supporting the Waikato region, regardless of the 1, 2, 3 at the moment being the Bay and Canterbury and Tamaki Makaurau. I know Tana would be absolutely stoked to win this, not only for himself, but for his teammates. And head back to Raglan, head held high and say he's the National Scholastic Champ. I don't doubt that would not carry a bit of kudos around the old streets of Raglan and certainly on the points at Manu and Whale Bay there.
That'll give him a bit of priority there at Manu Bay, won't it? Amongst the other 100 other surfers.
I feel like Tana gets his fair share of the sets, to be fair. But I dare say that, if you walk back with being the National Scholastic Champ, I'm pretty sure DK and Chrissy Malone and as we talked about with the Raglan Surf Academy, all the crew will definitely lend them a couple extra set waves. A big big shout out to all the crew in Raglan. We know DK Daniel Kiriopa, just our GOAT, our greatest of all time surfer. Daniel Kiriopa is here, actually been sort of coach and captain and leader for the Waikato team. But of course, a shout out to all the crew over there as well in Raglan. The Clapham family, of course, are here, JC and all the crew, but the guys back there, Bugsy and all the crew back there in Raglan. To the crew at Raglan Surf Academy, I'm no doubt, even though it's holidays for the school, I know if they're not here with the team, they'll definitely be tuned in and watching here on Whakaata Māori. So I know they'll be cheering their boy on, rallying him to find the score he needs now.
Here we go, a bit of movement in the water. Te Kaupata having a look. Joe Goodjohn is up and riding. First turn on his backhand, and look at this standing up here. Got 2 good hits. Now, remember, he's just got that 3.55, so if he can replace that, he would definitely be in a hunt, because those other 2 ahead of him, Tyler and Tana, aren't too far away. So let's see what the judges, they've got their work cut out for them here. A lot of pressure on in the final 3 minutes of this competition.
Well, you can see that wave 2 did the first nice turn, and the wave kind of had sort of like a second half of the wave caught up to itself and reformed, and he actually did well to just hold off, knowing that would actually help push some energy into the wave face and give him a better section to, basically makes it look more critical. Not that it isn't, but it just helps it make it look more critical for the judges. So Joe, there we go, he has improved on that backup, only with the 4.35. The first turn was a bit softer, more of a set-up turn, and the second turn he did well to make it, but perhaps not the exclamation the judges were looking for. But he is right now back in the running to take the win here. As we see, all of them close by one another, but here we see Tana up and riding. Okay, he realises no good.
So we have had a change of that order in those minor placings. So Joe Goodjohn has moved up with that 4.35 into second place. Tana Clapham now has a bit of work to do, but he's got that 5.5 to lean on. Now, so 1.5 minutes to go. What are we going to see?
I don't know. And for me, if Tana had priority there, to use that, on the old Katimai, the closeout, not the best option, like I understand keeping busy. Sometimes that's just the nerves. You're like, I just need to keep moving. I'll keep the nerves at bay. But once you've got priority, you kind of want to, I don't know, I feel like maybe you want to hold it and wait for the right wave. Definitely difficult now with the fuller tide and everything happening, but now you see Tyler Perry. Now this is where you'll see the tactical use of priority. You can see Tyler Perry here. Now look, he's going to use his priority. You can see he's literally just practically sitting on top of Joe Goodjohn.
You can really see that.
I mean, any one of these servers could get a good score, and if someone grabs a 6.57, fully opens up and can change all the results. But Tyler probably starts to go, what, I feel like my biggest threat right now is Joe. He's got the 6.5. He's the only one with a 6.5 with me. So all he needs is a mid-range sort of average score, and he could beat me. So Tyler just trying to make Joe feel the pressure and go, if you want to find it, I'm going to make you work for every single point.
After 1 week of surfing, we're down to the final 30 seconds, and it could not be closer. Here we go, shuts down that priority. So Tana Clapham moving off, but that won't count towards his total. So it looks like it might be a done deal as the final waves roll on through. Here's Te Kaupata trying to finish off his heat nice and strong. He's got that 4.7, remember. We are into the final 10 seconds. The clock is ticking on this competition, and ladies and gentlemen, we have a new under-18 national champion here at the 2022 Scholastic National Surfing Competition. Ladies and gentlemen, Tyler Perry, the only one of our South Island athletes in this heat. He will take home the trophy. What a well-deserved title that is, and what a heat we had. Lead changes, we had some epic finishing maneuvers, and it really came down to just that consistency, staying busy, making the most of every turn, because you don't know if you're going to get another one in conditions like this. And look at that, our competitors embracing each other.
How good is that? Te Kaupata out there representing Northland. He's got his 8.8, fourth in the final. He's done so well to make the final, but as soon as the heat's finished, the same thing led to his board washed ashore so he could go up to his good mate Tyler. They live it. what is effectively opposite ends of the country.
Yeah.
But he just drops his board and gives his mate a big hug and goes, mate, that is epic. I'm just glad to be a part of it with you, and I celebrate you, our champion, our toa, our winner today here at the 2022 National Scholastic Serving Champs.
So it is Te Waipounamu who will claim the title holder.
Now, will this be enough for Canterbury to come back on the points and be overall standings? I'm going to have to find out.
So interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll have to go and punch the calculators and work out who's going to take the team titles. But at the moment, it's Tyler Perry's moment as he stands on the shoulders of his teammates, gets the high fives. Oh, no! Over they go. But it doesn't matter. He's going to be a very happy boy as he finishes this week of surfing in Taranaki as the national champion.
Look, there you go. Liv Haysom is his fellow winner there, going up to congratulate. Jeez, I'm getting all caught up in the moment myself here, mate. Oh, look at that. So everyone will start to make their way back up here for the official presentation for Tyler. But
it's been great scenes here at Back Beach in Taranaki. We started the week with challenging onshore small conditions, then we got some cranking offshore conditions down the coast, and we finished with fun beach break conditions here at Back Beach. And the surfing has been absolute top notch, and the camaraderie, and I've got to say the atmosphere here with everyone just enjoying the sunshine, enjoying the surfing.
Yeah, we see
epic.
JC, Tana's dad, and then, as we alluded to, Daniel Kiriopa. Look, bit of fun, bit of smiles. I mean, I guess for Tana, not the result he would have wanted. He wanted to go out there for the win, but it doesn't matter. What matters is he's here, he's a part of it, he's made his way to the final, and he got to enjoy those conditions out there with his fellow competitors. Yeah. I get a very sandy, very salty, very soaking wet.
But absolutely stoking Tyler Perry. Yeah. Congrats, man. How does it feel? You're national champion.
Stoked.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, pretty happy.
Did you see this coming at the start of the week? Did you think, Friday I could be national champ?
Nah, I didn't see it. I was like pretty stoked when it was a tough semi. I was stoked to make it through that. It's pretty like nervous all night, and then I was like, I made it through that. Waves are pretty fun. It was difficult, but. Yeah,
talk us through that, because it was a little bit of crumble from that sea breeze just kicking in at the moment, so it looked like finding some open face was hard to find.
Yeah.
And when you kind of found it, you had to make the most of it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I was like, especially at the start of the heat, I was kind of nervous. I didn't get too many good ones, and then at the end, I got a couple good set waves, and that put me into the lead, which was stoked. And the boys were close, but I just had to sit on Reed in the last bit. I didn't want him to get a wave.
How was it? We alluded to the vision, if you've seen it. It was pretty much made. I thought you were going to paddle on top of him at one stage. I was like, he's got to be careful. But it was
shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah. So we get to see some replays of the action here, mate. Look. Dude, that turn was beautiful. Even the wave had pretty much closed out on you, and you just went, nah, I don't care. I've got to get in what I've got to get in here. But how's that magic little green board under your feet?
Loving it. Just from HC, I just got it. I won it in a competition actually a couple months ago, and it's custom. So sick. I'm actually loving it.
So that turn on your backhand, that must have felt nice to send the board.
Yeah, I thought I might have got 2 turns, but at the start of it, but just got the 1, but it felt good.
I mean, what we've seen all day long, if you can make those 1 or 2 turns count, then that's what's going to give you the points.
Now this is probably why you've turned up here covered in sand, mate. You look like a crumb fish fillet beside me here, Chamber.
Chat to these guys afterwards, right? They're going to shout you dinner.
You got to make them more used to the fact that you're going to win. You got to practice those carry ups, I reckon, mate.
Do it in the bedroom at night. Try practice them. Need to work on it.
It should have been. I thought that would have been part of the team sort of thing throughout the week. Everyone practicing, cheering everyone up the beach, maybe.
Nah, I don't know. Like I said, I didn't know anything was going to happen on Friday. So,
mate, before that heat started, Canterbury was sitting in 3rd in the overall standings as well. So how's it been to be a part of a team? You know, the Canterbury region coming together. You guys are from Kaikoura, West Coast, all coming together up here to represent Canterbury. How's that been for the week?
Yeah, so sick. That's why I love Scholastic so much. It's like surfing's a real individual sport, but then like once you get to do it with a team, from especially around Canterbury and like your hometown thing. It's real cool. Get to stay with everyone and it's fun as. Yeah.
Awesome. What's next on the cards for you? Like, are you year 13 this year? Is this the end of
year
your...
12.
Oh, year 12, you got a chance to repeat.
Yeah, so still got next year. I think next year I really want to make the New Zealand team. Just like missed out on it this year, so really that's a goal of mine. I want to make the junior New Zealand team.
Wicked. And will we see you at Piha for Nationals in January?
Definitely.
Got to come through and back up. Mosul, I mean, you're junior national champ now. Why not go and be the big one, right?
Yeah, I'd love that. That's the goal. That's the goal.
Are you going to go in the Open? I hope to see you in the Open as well, mate, not just juniors.
Yeah, I'll give it a crack, I think.
Give it a crack, why not?
I'll tell you what, I'll even front you the entry fee for the Open men's. If you get in the juniors, I'll put up the Open for you.
Sweet as. That sounds good.
Laid it down on
That's
screen.
a deal, champion.
It's always.
Cool
Well, amazing surfing out there, Tyler. Go and celebrate well and make sure the boys are shouting tonight for dinner.
Yeah.
And we will look forward to seeing you over the summer.
Sweet as. Sounds good.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Legend.
Thank you. Thanks.
Cool.
And it is my
There we
pleasure
are.
to as well announce that in the overall standings throughout the whole week, all the regions, it came down to the final three there for the teams. It was before that, before the two under-18 final started, it was Canterbury in third,
You
Tamaki
guys were looking
Makoto
pretty
in
good,
second, and
actually.
Bayo Plenty in first. But it is Tamaki Makoto who take out the team's challenge for the 2022 National Scholastic Surf Champs. So congratulations to Tamaki Makoto. Congratulations to all of our champions here today. You can hear the Canterbury team in the background bringing their boy home. Ladies and gentlemen, from myself, Hayden here at Back Beach here in the Taranaki region, thank you so much for being here with us today. A massive thank you to all our awesome sponsors making this event possible. We will leave you with live vision there, Tyler Perry and the team, as we get to enjoy this beautiful coastline. We will head on out, celebrate our champions, and perhaps it might sneak in a wave for ourselves.
Yeah, happy surfing everyone, and ka kite anō.